Okay, committee, good morning. Good to see everyone. Let's get things underway. Good to be back. So before we get started this morning with the roll call, et cetera, I do want to back up to last night and thank the Arts Alliance and all of those folks who put that reception together for the committee. Some of us were able to get there, and Mr. Co-Chairman, it was outstanding. I thought it was really good. That Art 321, if you have not stopped by there, someday try to do that. It's quite the facility. I had not been in there in a long time and was very impressed. I want to get back over there, and I've got to buy a couple of things, frankly. So anyway, really appreciated that. Committee, we have some new folks with us this morning, and I was going to maybe give them an opportunity to introduce themselves, and we want to welcome them to the Legislative Service staff. So, Jesse, do you want to start?
Absolutely. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jessie Schaefer. I'm a research analyst with LSO. And prior to joining the Legislative Service Office, I worked in the executive branch for about 8 years. I've got my master's in legal studies, and I'm very excited to be able to support the TRW committee. So thank you very much.
Jesse, thank you. We spent some quality time last week with Corporations Committee. That was a joyful experience. So, Savannah, do you want to step up to the microphone?
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Savannah Collins. I am the newest staff attorney for the legal division here with you all. I'm a recent graduate, very recent graduate of Vermont Law and Graduate School. I grew up in North Carolina, although I'm originally from West Virginia, so I have a few home states, and I'm very excited to work with you all and be here. Thank you.
Well, welcome, Savannah. It's good to have you here and good to have you away from those 10 to 12-foot waves that are hitting North Carolina right now. You're safe up here in the mountains. So welcome, you guys. It's good to have you on board and look forward to working with you guys. So just a couple of opening comments. I hope you have the password. We've got it here on the desk if you need it, committee. I want to just touch on something this committee doesn't have to worry about. I think we've got the best committee in the legislature, and but I would ask that we abide by some decorum and professionalism in this meeting. We always go through the chair, and that's because we expect that kind of decorum in what we do, and we get better work done if we do that. So. Mr. Co-Chairman, any thoughts to get us started this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. No, I agree with that. I just remind everyone to silence their phones, and also the committee to silence their phones or computers or other devices they may have. But yeah, on the decorum, I think right now we're at a time, and we've been watching some of our colleagues in other committee meetings certainly get a little spicy, but we're lucky, as we heard from Senator Hicks here we're lucky to have TRW, and we're lucky to have folks that want to come talk about our state. We're lucky to have these meetings, and it's our job to listen. So, we might have opposing viewpoints, but that's why we're here. So thank you for the spiel, and I'm looking forward to today.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Let's get started. We need to have a little roll call, please. So please do that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is for the Joint Travel Committee for August 19th. Senator Boner? Here. Senator Hicks? Here. Senator Jones? Here. Senator Schuler? Here. Representative Campbell?
Here.
Representative Connolly? Here. Representative Harshman?
Excused.
Representative Jarvis?
Excused.
Representative Provenza?
Here.
Representative Storer?
Here.
Representative Thayer?
Present.
Representative Worf?
Here.
Co-Chairman Byron?
Here.
Chairman Landon?
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Boy, am I ready to go. So, I just want to remind all the attendees at the meeting, please sign in for us if you would. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting. Moved by Senator Schuler and seconded by Representative Provenza. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. The minutes are approved. So let's move on to outdoor recreation. Good morning, Director. Come on forward. Bring anybody you'd like with you, and let's get started. We have a consideration of a couple of bill drafts, Director, but before we do that, if you have any opening remarks and anything to catch us up on, please feel free to do that. Good to see you. Welcome.
Good to see you, Mr. Chairman. Dave Glenn, Director of Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources, and it's great to see all of you here today. You know, over this last interim, we have had a lot of conversations about outdoor recreation in the state of Wyoming. We've talked about the $2.2 billion GDP economic impact, 4.1% of the state's GDP. That's tied for the 5th highest in the country and almost double the national average. And I think our state right now is, based on these conversations, is uniquely situated. And I would exclude some districts from Representative Byron and Representative Storer when I make this statement. I think we are uniquely situated to stay out in front of outdoor recreation and the throes of people that are coming to the state for outdoor recreation by being proactive, creating infrastructure that attracts people where we can educate them, disperse them across the state, and at times concentrate them. Representative Byron, Representative Storer, I'm sorry, but I think that ship has sailed for some of your districts, and now you are in the reactive mode. And that's the whole idea of having these conversations, whether anything moves forward today or in the future, just knowing that outdoor recreation is here, it's coming, it's exploding. And from an agency perspective, we feel the need to stay out in front of it to make sure that Senator Hicks, Representative Provenza, Representative Worf, and I still have good hunting areas with nobody in them when we go hunting out there this fall. So with that, I would.
Yeah, Director, good luck with that. But I love your optimism. So, well, Director, thank you for that. And I think I speak for the co-chairman in saying that that was really going into this interim. One of our goals, committee, was to do everything we can to get up to speed on many of the issues that face our environment out there and our wildlife and all of the resources in Wyoming, and this influx of interest and people. And so appreciate you helping us to do that, Director. So Representative Harshman, did you have something? It's good to see you. Yeah, we're glad to have you here. We've seen you doing some of your work back behind us over here, and appreciate you staying with it. Yeah. We might need your whistle later today, so. Yeah. That's great. Director, who do you have next? Yeah.
And with me is Deputy Director Chris Floyd and Forrest Kaminga. Chris kind of heads up the outdoor recreation office and a lot of our planning department and other things. And Forrest heads up our trails program throughout the state.
Mr. Kaminga, who's going to take it? Go ahead.
All right, well,
Chris, is that you?
I'll start us out.
All right.
Chris,
Take it away.
Yeah, Chris Floyd, Deputy Director, State Parks and Cultural Resources.
Chris, can you do me a favor and get real close to these microphones? I want to make
close.
sure that folks out across the country are hearing us well, and take it away.
Thank you, sir. So carrying on with what Director Glenn just said, we've got some real challenges with outdoor recreation statewide. And I think funding for non-motorized is at the top of our list, trying to figure that out. There are some others out there like state campgrounds west of the Continental Divide. We don't have any of those, a third of the state. We've also got challenges with recreation on state lands as well. Those are some things we're looking at in the future, but non-motorized, is right in front of us right now. We have a great motorized program, which casts, a bright contrast with our non-motorized funding, right? So we appreciate the discussion we had at our last meeting. We appreciate these draft bills we've got in front of us. I think there's a lot of good in them. They certainly are a step in the right direction. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if you wanted to talk about the bill specifically. We have some suggested changes if you wanted to get into those, but we could also just broadly, maybe have LSO walk the bill? However
You know,
want to do that.
I think, Mr. Floyd, we'll have Brian walk us through the bill, and then we'll come back to what you might have to suggest as changes. I wanted to give all three of you an opportunity to give kind of an overview or anything to catch us up on whatever you wanted to this morning from the department. So let's hold off on that, and we'll come back. We'll work the bill here in a minute. How about that?
Sounds good. Forrest, you want to add anything about non-motorized? No. You're good? Good, okay.
Okay, I think we're good. Committee, I'm going to have Brian walk us through 261 SO0115.5. So would you do that for us, Brian?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, and this is 2-01 in the online meeting materials. This is a bill draft that the committee requested in June and would authorize the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources to establish non-motorized recreational trail fees. The bill draft provides for the administration of charging these fees, the disposition of those fees, along with the authorized expenditures for revenues that are collected. So the staff comment on page 2 just notes that the committee may wish to clarify that this permit requirement would apply only to bicycles and not to other non-motorized users. And that's just the way the bill is drafted. It defines bicycle and so forth. So that's just a consideration for the committee. So on page 2, line 14, this creates a new section of statute in the chapter concerning the Department of State Parks. Line 17 defines bicycle as that term is used in Title 31, the Motor Vehicle Code, and it also includes Class 1 electric bicycles, and those are defined as well in Title 31 to mean those equipped with a motor that provides extra help only when the rider's pedaling and only up to 20 miles per hour. Then page 2, line 21, is the language that authorizes the department to designate trails located within the boundaries of state parks, historic sites, or recreation areas for which a bicycle is required to display a non-motorized permit. Page 3 of the bill provides rules and parameters for these non-motorized trail permits. So first, on line 4, the department may require a permit for the use of bicycles on designated trails. Second, they may establish fees for these permits. And line 11 allows for an annual fee of up to $10 for residents and up to $20 for non-residents. And then line 15, a daily fee of up to $5 for any user regardless of residency. These amounts are policy considerations for the committee. The figures came from the department in the drafting of this bill. Then moving on to page 4, the department may use selling agents as provided in current law for selling these permits. Line 5 provides that a person under age 18 would be exempt from the requirement to have a non-motorized trail permit. Line 9 of page 4 would allow the department to issue permits either in a physical format or electronic form. And then line 13, a permit is valid from the date of issuance through the rest of the calendar year if it's an annual permit, and a daily permit would be good for that specific calendar day. Page 4, line 22 creates a new account, the non-motorized recreational trails account, and funds that are received from the issuance of the non-motorized trail permit would be deposited into this new account. Language on the top of page 5 allows the department to accept gift, grants, donations, or other contributions for deposit to the account. And then funds that would be placed in this account would be continuously appropriated to the department for the administration of non-motorized recreational trail program and as provided in the next subsection. Starting on page 5, line 10 provides what these funds in this new account could be used for. So the maintenance, construction, signage, and enforcement of non-motorized trails, educational programs, infrastructure supporting trail use, and projects that are located within state parks within 5 miles of a boundary that connect to a park or area. Page 6, line 1, would require the department to consult with the Wyoming Trails Advisory Council to review and advise on non-motorized recreational trail projects, budgets, and expenditures. And then the staff comment on page 6 are 2 points of consideration for the committee. So first, this Wyoming Trails Advisory Council It is something that was created by the governor and is not specified in statute except for one other instance. So this council, its creation, its existence is not codified anywhere in statute. So that's a consideration for the committee. Federal law does require each state to have what federal law calls a recreational trail advisory committee. And the committee could, in addition to referencing this, reference that committee if there's some successor entity, should the Trail Advisory Council go away for some reason at some point. And then the next point of this staff comment on the bottom of page 6 just notes that current law provides for the enforcement for the failure to properly display a permit. That falls under the department's general authority, and by rule, they may issue a fine for not properly displaying a permit of up to $85. Page 7, line 1 is just rulemaking for the department, and then a split effective date with the rulemaking effective immediately and the remainder effective July 1st, 2026. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer questions.
Committee questions for Mr. Fuller? Any questions? Representative Campbell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of questions, if I may. So the staff comment note at the bottom, page 3, as far as whether the $10, $20, $5 are appropriate as maximums, would there be a recommendation that maybe they're not and they should be higher or lower?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, no recommendation on our part, just a note that those figures are within the committee's purview.
Okay. Thank you. I wasn't sure if our state parks felt good with those numbers or not, but I imagine you guys will weigh in on that. On page 4, line 5, with the person under 18 of age, being exempt from, I understand the reasoning for that. And I wonder, and this is probably a state parks question as well. For example, here in Casper at Hogadon, we don't have, little kiddos, but you have to get a family pass. So it's a set amount for a family pass, and that could be 2 kids, 3 kids, 4 kids, whatever. But just taking into consideration, it's not just 1 or 2 permitted bicycles, it could be 10, right? I don't know, to help offset that. And so I guess thoughts on a family pass or not. The only other question I had, I think primarily for Mr. Fuller, if you would, is on page 5, where we have the Romanettes 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 2 specify non-motorized trails, education for non-motorized trails, infrastructure supporting trail use. So I didn't know if that one also needed to be specific to non-motorized trails or if it was just all trails. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative. Maybe the department can address those as we go through the bill. Any further questions for Mr. Fuller? Anything else? Okay, so Director, let's come back to you and your folks and work the bill a little bit. Mr. Floyd, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you like me to answer the questions that were raised real quick from Representative Campbell? I could maybe address those
I
very
think
briefly.
that's a great place to start, or you can come back to them, whichever you're comfortable
We'll
with.
get going with that real quick. So on the fee amounts, those are based on conversations we've had in terms of what might be acceptable to some of the users we've spoken with. Also, that $10 fee for a resident is a little bit below what a motorized permit is, which is $15 for an OH fee. So we thought it might be appropriate to be just a little below that. The creation of a non-resident fee is something we don't have for off-highway vehicle permits yet. We have that for snowmobile, but not off-highway yet, and that may be something in the future we look at. But we thought we'd at least go ahead and go down that path for bicycles in this case. We also did not really consider a family pass per se. We thought that the youth exemption might be sufficient for that. And some of the recommendations we're going to have here for a couple little tweaks would make it to where this fee is by person and not by bike, if that makes sense. So we had Well, just a couple things, big picture about this bill. First of all, it says state parks may charge a fee, may enroll, trails where there's a fee charged. In other words, it gives the department some flexibility, because I'm not sure if we would do this at all of our locations on all of our trails. It may be more of a targeted thing where there's a lot of use, some of those places where there's a lot of demand for trails. The other thing it does is it gives us the ability to spend the money on the parks, but also just a little bit off of the parks. You notice there's that 5-mile sort of geographic restriction there. We like the idea of our parks fees staying at parks or as close as possible, right? And there's actually some statutory requirements on that on our day use fees. But for this one, we felt that it might be wise to give a little flexibility there, because we have a lot of state parks that are located near public lands to which they could be connected, where there are other trails, and also near communities. Right here in Casper, there's EKW State Park, just east of town. They're trying to build a connecting trail from town to that park. And so if you could spend a little bit off to connect to the park, I think that would add value to the park itself and to the nearby trails, that connectivity. So sort of a hub and spoke model where the park is the hub and there's trails that emanate from it to connect to communities and public land. So this gives us a little bit of flexibility. And there are a lot of parks in our system like that where that could be utilized, like Hot Springs is another one, or Kurt Gowdy, for example, and there's more. So that's a nice feature of this bill. Another thing is that it also creates an account for non-motorized trails. We have that for off-highway vehicles, and we have that for snowmobiles already. And so it creates an account where we could put funds that are, dedicated for that specific purpose, and it lists the kinds of things we could spend it on. And that list of items there, what it can be spent on, mirrors motorized. That's what those programs do. And so we've leaned heavily on the motorized model in thinking about this, because that's been a successful program for many years, and figuring out if we could, do something like that for non-motorized would be a good thing. We do have a couple of suggested changes on this one. And if you could look at page 2, line 19. And we did recommend to LSO that e-bikes or electric bicycles be included in this in some way, shape, or form. And I gave you all a handout. I think LSO has, I'm not sure it was distributed, but it has in red there what we'd like to make a change on line 19. Right now it reads electric bicycles as defined by Wyoming statute, et cetera. We'd like to strike that and say as defined by rule as opposed to statute. And the reason being is the world of e-bikes is rapidly evolving, okay? Right now, the way we interpret it is a Class 1 e-bike is considered non-motorized as far as we're concerned. The federal government doesn't necessarily agree with that, but they're actually looking at making some changes to their e-bike rules as well. So we just would like the flexibility through our rulemaking to be able to adjust that as times change in the future, as e-bikes become more common, and we may see some opportunities there to implement e-bikes into our trails to give us the flexibility on that. So that's one suggestion, line 19 on page 2. The other suggestion is on that same page, line 25. What we would recommend is where it says, line 25, which a bicycle shall be required to display a valid non-motorized recreational permit. We'd like to insert the word user after bicycle and the phrase or possess after display. So it would read, which a bicycle user shall be required to display or possess a valid non-recreational trail permit. So in other words, what that would do is make it to where it's the user who has to have the permit, and it's not attached necessarily to the bicycle. But I think what we would do, and although so that also takes away a contradiction, on another page later in the bill where it says that, we can provide electronic permits. Well, you've got to have a way to address that on this line there. So it basically brings those into congruence. We would also, I think what we would probably do, and we have some flexibility here, the way this is written, is we would, sell the permit to where it could be an electronic one, but we would also provide the person with a decal. That way, if they want to put it on their bike, that makes it easier for law enforcement and for them. If they're riding along, they can see it and they, salute them, they keep on riding, no big deal. But if they don't have that decal on there, they may have to stop for the enforcement and show their
Floyd, we've got a
electronic permit.
question. Representative Provenza, go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was raising my hand right before you got to that enforcement part, because correct me if I'm wrong, if we have like a canoe, we put a sticker on there, then we know we just get a wave by as we float down the river. And so trying to determine how do we make sure that there's enforcement, and one, I think it helps people know that they need a sticker if they're seeing it on others. So I'm just curious, I mean, do you see that we need to have stickers for a certain amount of time before we're fully implemented? Or should we be stopping every biker if we've got somebody out that's looking to make sure that it's enforced?
Yeah, good question. I had the word enforcement written down with a question mark too. So go ahead, Mr. Floyd. Any thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza. And we've thought about that. We're of two minds on this because, electronic permits, licenses, things like that are becoming a thing, where just like with hunting and fishing and whatnot. And so giving people the flexibility to have that, and because some people have expressed to us, quite frankly, they don't want to put a sticker on their bike kind of thing, and I get that. But if you don't do that, you might get stopped, right? And you may have to show your pass or your permit. But we would also like to provide people with the option of doing that, so they do have a decal they could put on there. Maybe it remains to be seen what that could look like. I know that right now with motorized, you're supposed to have a decal on there. We've kind of had that discussion a little bit too about what to do with that in the future. Maybe there's been some instinct toward possibly going toward an electronic option on that one as well, as a backup. Because right now, when you buy a motorized permit, if you get it in the mail, what do you do those several days or a week before you get your permit? Maybe if you got that electronic one, it serves to cover you. And that would be the case here as well. So that's the thoughts.
Representative Campbell. Go ahead, Director. We'll come back. Representative, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman. And if I could follow up with what Chris is saying, because I think it's really important. One of the things that we looked at, and it was actually brought up by another deputy director sitting behind me, is she has kids that have 3 bikes each. And when they go to a park, they bring all 3 bikes because they don't know what bike they're going to ride depending on what trail they're going on. So the idea of charging them $30, $10 per bike, to us didn't seem fair. The idea was it's $10 per person. You're only going to have 1 bike on the trail at a time. And that was kind of the idea behind this as well. So I thought I'd throw that in.
Yeah, appreciate that. Representative Campbell, go ahead. Does that clarify? Let's go to Senator Schuler and then Senator Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on that, the one thing I thought about when I read through this was particularly the daily use fee. Right away I started thinking, well, wouldn't it be nice to be able to go into a sporting goods store like you do, with fishing and just buy? Have you thought about something like that with this particular decal?
Mr. Floyd, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, so there is an option in here in the language that says that the department may use selling agents. We may do that. We do that for motorized, and we may get to a point where we do that with non-motorized. Gives us the option.
Okay. Senator Hicks, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious, where's the compliance and enforcement mechanism? And there's nothing in the bill. And so is it the intent of the agency then to incorporate that into rulemaking? In other words, so you catch me out there and I don't have my sticker or phone or whatever it is, there's no penalty associated with how you're going to enforce it and then compliance. And so I'm assuming by rule, or is there some other mechanism?
Senator Hicks, it might be cowboys with a rope, but go ahead, Mr. Floyd.
It's hard to rope them steers with a bicycle, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, at the bottom of page 6, we have a note from LSO there addresses that. The State Parks Department has the general enforcement authority for rule violations, and there's an $85 fine or similar for these offenses.
Thank you.
Anything else, committee? Okay, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always, I want to be supportive of this, but I always have a little consternation when I see sections that just say we're going to give the department the ability to promulgate rules. I think we've done a pretty good job of capturing the intent, what we're trying to do. And I guess I've always looked at this, you know, and I do know that the rules, there's a process where the rules come back and we all get a chance supposedly to look at it, but I don't think anybody ever does, and those rules become implemented. I guess the concern that I have is I think we're abrogating our authority to your department by allowing you guys to draft rules and regulations that have the same effect as law. And so I guess that's the one thing I want to give you guys the latitude to come up with kind of the minute details. And I think that's kind of the intent. But I guess that's the concern I have is, have we captured, in your opinion, have we captured all the major changes that really should be implemented in statute so that the people aren't going to get surprised by a rule that comes up that probably should have been vetted by this committee before it was drafted into your rules and regulation process? Because that's kind of the concern. When I read the comments on page 6 that the staff has provided us with, you know, I have some concerns. You know, it says the Federal Recreation Trails Program already requires this. And I guess I'm concerned because I don't want to, I'm a guy that believes in the sovereignty of Wyoming. And I don't want to open the door where the federal government has the ability to dictate how we manage our state. So I have some consternation with that statement. But I would ask you if you could answer that question about, you know, how well we've encapsulated everything in the statute right now.
I knew there was a question in there somewhere, Mr. Floyd, and we did get to it. I think it has something to do with the federal government. But
I asked the question.
Yeah. We'll get to the debate, Representative Worf, absolutely. Page 2, we'll go right away into that rule discussion, and you're absolutely right. We always talk about that on bills that come through. So thoughts about Representative Worf's question?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, I appreciate those observations, and I understand, I think, where you're coming from. I think this bill does capture what we would intend to do. I think some of the areas where there might be a further decision-making in the rules process could, or, you know, in terms of, you know, how we would operate this is, you know, which parks or trails to charge this fee on. That would be a question. And I think there would be some public engagement. We would do our diligence on those kinds of things for sure. You know, then the other thing is there's a cap on the fees. Do we go all the way? Do we go part of the way? That's a question, right? And then the other one is kind of on this decal versus electronic, giving us the or there, either or, and or, you know, kind of thing. What do we do with that? So those are, to me, the only areas of any, I would say, significant wiggle room within the rules. I think that's the max, but this has the maximum of where that could go to. As far as the Trails Advisory Council goes, and you're right, that's required by the federal government. It has been for decades to just, each state have a Trails Advisory Group that can give advice on how the recreational trails program federal dollars are distributed. What's happened is with that council, and we have a great relationship with them, they're very diverse, represent a lot of different perspectives around the state, is they've kind of over time given us more advice even on our motorized trails and whatnot, because again, they represent perspectives from around the state, different kinds of uses and whatnot. So that was why they were added in here. It wasn't necessarily because of any federal requirement. It's just that we already go to them for advice for trails in general. That's kind of where maybe, you know, the representatives of the different districts representing, the people of Wyoming can speak up and say, I've got a problem with this, and give us advice as a department of where to go. So that was the intent there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer.
All right, further questions? Representative Storer.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate the comments on Teton County's crowds, but I think Teton County also shows us that when non-motorized trails are managed well, we can actually accommodate a great number of people. And part of that comes with maintenance of those trails, signage of those trails, and really allowing a great user experience that I can say I speak for myself there. I'm curious, I know that certainly constructions of trails is one of the largest expenditures on the list of things we could spend. I'm curious what that average cost is these days for a mile of a well-constructed trail, as well as have you all estimated, have any kind of ballpark number on what revenues you think the decal permitted program would bring into the state to pay for those? Thank you.
Mr. Floyd, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Storer, it's about $100,000 a mile for trail, and that varies a little bit depending on whether it's machine-built, hand-built, but that's kind of a ballpark. In terms of the revenue this would generate right now, and this is difficult to determine. We put our planning team and our non-motorized program on this, and they dug into visitor use and trail counts and survey data to come up with the best numbers they could. If we enrolled 3 parks, maybe our top 3 parks for bicycles right now, we would see about $110,000 a year, something like that. And again, that would be, helpful for sure. And in terms of what work we do on state parks right now, each year, just parks, is about that much that we carve out of state parks funds for that purpose. So this would augment that, it would double that. And then the other funding source still hanging out there that we mentioned earlier was that federal recreational trails program, which provides about $400,000 for non-motorized trails each year. So that'd be the sum total of where we're at, just given this right here. I know that when we started this conversation, we were kind of aiming a little big, something like the motorized program, like a statewide program. And this is, of course, reeling it back in, more of a pilot or test type situation. But if we went bigger, you would obviously bring in a lot more revenue. But that's about what we think we would bring in as it's written right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Floyd. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following up off that answer, would you imagine you'd spend more on maintaining trails, or would you simply, stop using the funds that you're currently using and use them for something else? How do you see these fees being utilized? Would it supplement the current appropriation or the current funds you're using, or would you just move it somewhere else?
Mr. Floyd.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, if it were only up to me, that would basically be for non-motorized, but obviously there are priorities the department has for sure. But I think we would see it as an opportunity to expand our non-motorized trail systems, not just to maintain what we've got. I mean, for sure, we would want to do more with this because we're trying to address the need, and that's what people are coming to us with, and it wouldn't make any sense to just swap the funding, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Senator Hicks. And then we'll come back to Representative Conley.
Mr. Chairman, kind of the question I have, and this specifically deals with bicycles, but predicated on your opening comments about recreations coming to a place to you, and we've seen the explosion at like Kurt Gowdy. I'm just curious at some point in time when you guys look out there, and whether this is the vehicle or not, Mr. Chairman, at what point do we actually, because we went through this whole issue with fishing guides on rivers, are we going to have to limit the utilization, parking areas, facilities, rest stops, that we're just going to become saturated, that you're going to have to limit the amount of use on some of these non-motorized or motorized trails that we have? And And where are we at on that? And is this something that we need to, back to your early statement, it's coming, we know it, and it's already here in some cases. Do we need to look at maybe expanding the authority of the department to regulate the amount of day use on these non-motorized trails at this point in time, or do we just wait for another day? And so question based on your earlier comments, what your perspective is.
Yeah, Mr. Floyd, good topic, so.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, we're not at a point right now in our parks where we feel the need to necessarily limit any trail use or parking areas beyond what, constraints are already there in terms of number of spots to park and whatnot. There are other states who have to deal with this, though, and we can see some bellwethers out there at some of the really busy parks, national parks or state parks around the country where they have had to put in limits on day use or actually issue permits to use trails by different methods. We haven't gotten to that point on our state parks yet. I would not be surprised if we do at some of those hot ones in the future.
Yeah, so let's come back to Representative Conley, and then I think Representative Provenza had her hand up. So.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My question to you all is your staffing capability. When we're looking at restrooms and all those kind of things, how do you plan to manage that? And will you have the staff available to do it? And what does it cost your department?
Go ahead, Mr. Floyd.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, one thing we do rely heavily on is seasonal staff, and in terms of mountain bike trails, bicycle trails, non-motorized usage, we have the ability to ramp up our seasonal numbers to help with that. So I think that this funding source would allow us to do a little bit of that, could help out with that some, but it is an emerging concern down the road. Do we have the bodies, the people, as the use increases? What can we do to address that? But I think we're okay at the moment, but I can see that being something we need to talk about in the future.
Okay, Representative Provenza, and then Mr. Co-Chairman, I think, has a question too. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned you get about $400,000 from the federal funding source. Were there cuts made to that? Is there any reason to believe that those might be cut in the future?
It's a good question, Mr. Floyd. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, not right now, but that legislation would have to be, it would have to be up for renewal, that program in 2026, and I'm not sure what could happen there. Who knows? We'll see.
Mr. Co-Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. And along the lines, we've had some discussions about enforcement, and Representative Connolly and Senator Hicks have kind of touched on this, but I want to use a specific example. At Kirk Gowdy, on any given day right now, is there, I guess let's use a 7-day time frame. How often is there an enforcement officer at that state park? Just a guess. Is it every day? Is it a few times a week? Do we have an answer for that?
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Byron, we have park rangers that actually live on the park and work at the park. We have seasonal law enforcement, one full-time law enforcement. So for the most part, we almost always have a ranger there. The other thing I would add is Gowdy is a great example. Our two biggest bike parks are Kirk Gowdy and Glendale State Park. We have fee booths as people enter the park. So as somebody that's running the fee booth, if this bill were to move forward, we have the opportunity right there saying, oh, we see you have some bikes on the back. Have you paid your fee? Can we see your permit? So that is one thing. We catch them as they're coming in. There's definitely going to be some enforcement issues down the road that we have to deal with, but I think we have the enforcement. And for the most part, like the motorized trails program, once people see improvements in trails, once they see improvements in parking lots, they usually are happily willing to pay for that $10 to $20 as well.
Thank you, Director.
Follow up, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you made, and good for the public to know that those enforcement mechanism exists at those two state parks. You know, my concern with something like this, and we've touched on it in a number of different subjects, is without enforcement, we really have nothing. So, you know, the fact that you can have that opportunity to remind the guests that this is something you have to have, I think is an important part of this. And certainly knowing that some of these busier areas do have the appropriate enforcement mechanisms in place. I just, you know, I worry as we begin to contemplate heading into February or state budget, and, you know, the Rangers are doing such a good job, but our spread's so thin. And I, you know, I just want to make sure that if this committee chooses to move forward with something like this or this specific bill, you know, that it actually has the enforcement mechanism in place, and that it ultimately doesn't it doesn't overstress those enforcement officers, and they're still you know, available to work within their scope of many parks often. They may be stationed at Kirk County, but they may have to run different parks, or in Glendo, they may have, you know, a bigger area to cover. So I thank you for answering that and clearing up. I did not know that there was you know, a permanent one at Kirk County. That's great to know, and I think that certainly, in my opinion, changes how this looks if there's that, you know, that guarantee that there will be frequent checks so we can have compliance.
Well, gentlemen, if you have a comment on that, please feel free to weigh in. Go ahead, Mr. Floyd.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Byron, I just wanted to say that, and this goes back to something Representative Wolf said earlier, you know, we wouldn't want to surprise people with something like this. We would have an educational, you know, program, marketing effort to make sure that the information's out there, what this could be used for, you know, how it benefits Wyoming, those kinds of things. We tend to focus certainly as much on education as we do on enforcement, and so that piece would be there as well. You know, the other thing just to remember, and I think I took this for granted, maybe should have mentioned it earlier, when you go to a state park now, if you go in on foot or you go in on a bike, you don't pay to go to that state park. You're paying a vehicle fee is what you're paying right now. And so this is essentially almost like a new vehicle fee for a different type of, you know, mode of transportation is what this is. Historic sites are different. You pay by person, but by park, you pay by car. Just wanted to put that out there just for context.
So Representative Provenza. Okay, thank you. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question about the money a little bit, and talked about potentially 100,000, maybe talked about the 400,000 federal grant each year. And how about, do you use, I mean, so you use the 400,000, do you use what other funds do you have? Do you use some of the motorized fees? Does your department get any of the fuel tax like Game and Fish does? Do you? And I guess what's your total spend on these they're a different trail than the motorized trail we're talking about, although some use both. I mean, so tell us some money behind this a little bit.
Forrest, I'm kind of looking over your direction. Mr. Floyd, I'll leave that up to you.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I'll let the trail boss answer this.
Go to the trail boss. Yeah.
Chairman, members of the committee, Forrest Kaminga, Trails Program Manager. To lead into the kind of the funding mechanism and the $400,000 that we get from Recreational Trails Program grant funding. Right now, what we're seeing and what we're experiencing on federal land is federal land managers don't actually have the personnel on the ground to expend that $400,000. What this $100,000 that could be generated by this user fee could be used for is the 20% match required towards that $400,000. So it'd open our non-motorized trail coordinator up to more funds to apply for and utilize towards those trails on state parks or adjacent to within 5 miles of. Just for a little bit of context, this last grant cycle with RTP, our federal land managers turned back over $100,000 worth of that grant funding because they just didn't have the personnel on the ground to utilize it. So the funds generated by this user fee could be applied towards match. So for the $100,000, essentially you get an extra $300,000 or however that looks to put towards the ground on these trails. So,
Mr. Kaminga, thanks for that piece of information. That's follow-up, Representative Harshman. This is good stuff right here. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Kaminga.
Mr. Chair, Representative Harshman. Yeah, so essentially, you know, the fees generated by the off-highway vehicle program, you know, we charge $15 per vehicle that is registered. Of course, that's statewide. 95% of our trails are on federal land. For that $15, our agency actually retains $14 per registration sold, and we actually get a fuel tax match of $18.75. So we actually get more fuel tax than we generate off of just the user fee decal. Right now, it's about we just received a deposit in the account of $1.2 million in a fuel tax, and about $900,000 for just the funds generated off the decal. As far as the non-motorized component is concerned, I don't think there'd be a fuel tax match because there's no fuel been placed in those, but that $400,000 of federal funding that is generated off of federal excise fuel tax that is generated by the fuel burned through off-highway vehicles.
I just, Mr. Chairman, just want to make sure that the member said it. So this 100,000 then would be leveraged to get it, maybe as much as 400 or 500,000 as a match, not to augment and free up 100,000 to go somewhere else in the agency. I mean, just really clear about that. If we're going to have people pay a little bit, we're not doing this to do a swap to another program.
Yeah, we're going to supplement, not supplant. Is that what you're saying there, Representative? Mr. Kaminga, go ahead.
Mr.
Director,
Chairman,
go ahead. Yeah.
Representative Harshman and Senator Boner, I know you brought this up. I want to be really clear. Any monies that are brought in are going to be in addition to the monies that we are spending on parks for non-motorized trails. That's the whole idea of this, right?
Yeah.
So we are not going to supplant. If there's something that needs to be changed in there to require that, we are 100% behind that. We're just trying to provide the services that people are asking for.
Yeah. Representative Provenza, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned you needed, or you would probably utilize an educational like rollout so that we're letting folks know this bill is slated to be in effect July 1st, 2026. So right now that seems like in the future, but as soon as session ends, that's about 5 seconds. So do you think we need to move that date back, or do you think that this allows you the wiggle room to do the educational piece potentially in the summer of 26 and move into 27?
Go ahead. Any thoughts, Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, I think the date is okay as is because, yeah, we wouldn't just start on July 1 of 26. We would take our time to roll it out and engage with the public for sure.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess just listening to the conversation, one of the things that popped into my head, our next meeting is November 6th, I believe is what it said. Would you guys have time between now and then to start having discussions so that at our November 6th meeting, rather than have it in rules, we can put it in statute what parks or the number of parks you see this program being implemented on? Because well, that's just a question. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Floyd.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, I don't think we would have time to fully do the process like we would want to. We could try, but I would be skeptical about our ability on that timeline. It's pretty tight to do the engagement and the time and the research to do that properly.
Okay. Gentlemen, really appreciate all the background, all of the information you've provided, and just a reminder to the committee, part of what we're up to during interims is to come out, educate ourselves to be able to share this information later. Really valuable stuff, touching on the fact that this is the kind of funding that can leverage other funding. and really make a difference out there. So appreciated that. And stay close, guys, because we may have some further questions, but I want to move on to others who might want to testify. We are considering 115, working draft .5, the state parks non-motorized recreational trail fees. Does anyone want to come forward and testify on this proposed bill? Please come forward. Let's keep things moving along this morning, and hopefully we can stay on the agenda. Unlike all of the committees last week, we'd like to stay on ours, so here we go. Take it away.
Good
Please
morning,
introduce
Senator
yourself.
Landon and committee. My name is Michael Kusick. I'm the Executive Director of Wyoming Pathways. We're a Wyoming-based not-for-profit for the last 15 years, and this is what we do for a living. We build recreational trail on public lands. A lot of the testimony this morning and questions this morning really hit at where this is at for us. We've seen such tremendous demand across the state of Wyoming for trails. We had a survey on our website for 2.5 years. 45 municipalities in our state reached out saying they wanted some sort of trail or pathway system. In the first round of the ARPA grants in 2022, you may recall there were $70 million in requests for $14 million worth of money. Of the $70 million, $42 million were for trail projects. So it's by far and away the #1 amenity folks are looking for. Director Glenn talked about making sure we have balance. A couple years ago, we had our first state outdoor rec forum, and the whole theme was, let's manage the visitors where we want them to go. Across the state of Wyoming right now, including my hometown, users are building their own trails on public lands on the regular basis. People love to ride, they love to hike, they love to trail run, and we have, in my opinion, 2 or 3 areas that would have what we would refer to as destination-worthy trail systems. In other words, you're going to travel to go ride and use those trails. Certainly the Tetons, the 2 state parks we've heard about, and maybe a little bit to Lander. But that leaves a whole bunch of communities sort of scratching their heads. How do we get access to trails that are worth riding, that grow our economy, that improve the quality of life? Recent studies from University of Wisconsin, and I think a school in Oregon, pointed out how among the top 5 things folks are looking for when they're starting a family and moving, along with schools and churches, things of that nature, are parks, pathways, waterways, and trails. That's what folks like to have for their quality of life. There's also tremendous return on investment. Right now, the average mountain biker or trail user, when they come to your community, is dropping around $185 a day. And they're using an amenity that almost needs no maintenance. We talked about maintenance earlier, and I'll make a distinction between what we have across our state for decades are either social trails, livestock trails that have been used for mountain biking, or trails built before we fully understood the science of how trails best shed water. When we, at our organization, we take that federal money, which by the way has been cut out of the budget, recreation dollars for the Forest Service and the BLM federal dollars were 90% of our project income. We won't have that money next year, but we take that and deploy that incredibly efficiently. And we hire professional trail building companies that understand how to shed water from the trail and create an amenity that'll last for decades, literally decades. One of the first trails our organization built is in Lander. It's called Upper Brewers. It's about a 5.2-mile trail. It's 8, almost 9 years old, and it hasn't had one maintenance day on it, and it won't. It's built that way to not need that. Those trails can cost a lot of money, as Director Floyd referenced. Based on the kind of trails that we're seeing and demand for, they can be as high as $100,000. We're seeing $30,000 to $50,000 a mile for projects in Wyoming. And again, the reason for that is the downstream benefit of not needing to do maintenance on those trails. Some examples. Right now, there's shovel-ready projects in 2 parts of our state that could desperately benefit from economic growth. The Bighorn Basin and Lovell. They have a city manager named Jed Nabel. If you don't know him, get to know him. He is one heck of a go-getter and a hard worker for his town. They're sitting on a shovel-ready trail system that could be almost year-round riding that would literally draw users from all over Montana, South Dakota, Wyoming, who are currently driving down to Fruita and Moab to ride in the winter. This is a campground called Cottonwood Campground on the Bighorn River. It sits up against the Bighorn Mountains. It's got pit toilets, pull-through campsites. They've got a 23-mile trail plan built out by professional trail planners, and they need about $1.1 million to build it out. What they see with that are unique visitors, people they're not getting right now to the Bighorn Basin. This all started when they said, hey, we see everyone driving through town. They're headed to Cody, Yellowstone, the Bighorns, the Black Hills. They're not stopping in Lovell. And so they got on this in a real serious way. So 1.1 million. And as noted, the only funding stream we have going forward next year in our world to build professional trails is what we just talked about in RTP. Those grants right now cap out at $50,000 apiece. So what we do to maximize those is we put that to trail maintenance typically. If we don't, we've got to raise additional money to finish the trail building. And again, we're a not-for-profit, and the way we get to dip our beaks and pay our bills is through grants, donations, and fundraisers. We don't get to spend that federal money on ourselves. Another project that's in the hopper right now, the Forest Service District in Kemmerer has plans to repair and connect 180 miles of trail in the Wyoming range. They have the full support of that county commission in Lincoln County. The representatives and senators that I've talked to down there fully support this. You've got the potential of the Bill Gates opportunity coming there. That would cost around $8 million to connect. What you'd have then is a system that would draw folks from all over Utah, which is very crowded, northern Colorado, parts of Idaho, not just for mountain biking and trail running, but there's a lot of folks who use the Wyoming range on e-bikes to hunt. In fact, we talked with backcountry hunters and anglers about that. A lot of folks are using that experience, and having repaired trails that create access for everybody in that zone would be a game changer for Southwest Wyoming. We just finished a project in Senator Hicks and Representative Thayer's district down in Saratoga. Some of you may recall, and I think it was 15 years ago, a trail called Tyhack flooded out. A 500-year flood event, they found out. And it actually killed a family from Colorado. Really tragic story. If you were here in the state, you remember it. We received money through the Forest Service in what's called a challenge cost share agreement. They had around $740,000 of Great American Outdoors Act funding, and they passed that through us. And our share of the cost is our time. We give our time to manage that project. What we're doing with that money is purchasing 2 bridges. One is a 65-footer, one is a 40-footer, and a 160-foot boardwalk to cover a bog. And then we're repairing 5.2 miles of trail. That's almost finished. And September 25th, we're having a ribbon cutting in Saratoga. You're all invited. You'll all get the email. But what that does is that creates access on that side of the Snowies for that whole valley. That is the trail right now that is developed in a safe way for all users. That's the one on that side of the Snowies. There's lots of social trails, lots of backcountry trails, lots of trails that need repair like French Creek Trail, which we hope to go after next year. But these are the kinds of things that folks are asking for. And these systems are what create that economy that we're all looking for, that unique visitor who isn't coming here already. We talked about Thermopolis. One of the projects we did early on in my tenure in this job was build a connector trail from Round Top over to T Hill. And you can leave from town. And that's a concept that's been talked about with the directors of state parks. That's that main street to the mountains thing, where you're close to town and your car stays parked in town and you go use the trails, and now you're not thinking where you're going after the ride because you're parked in front of the brew pub or restaurant or the motel or whatever you're gonna do. And so in the case of Thermopolis, they've got a 6-mile out and back trail from town. You can leave from the state park or from the hot springs, but that's it. It's a point-to-point trail. Out and back, it's just over 12 miles. They've got the potential to have hundreds of miles of trail if you go north towards the BLM and lands adjacent to the state park, and that could all be connected. And what would that do for Hot Springs County? They're already getting tons of people floating the river and fishing and some hunting, but now you've got, again, a 4-season economy. And if you look at like what's happening in Arkansas, I mean, it's nuts. We look at the country and we get these reports to our email box almost every week. States you would not expect, Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Michigan, going whole hog on massive trail systems, spending $20, $40, $70 million at a crack to get these things built because people are looking for it. The fact that Arkansas is the #1 mountain bike destination in this country is amazing to me. It's a pretty state, don't get me wrong, but it's no Wyoming, right? And that's where everyone's heading. And they've invested hundreds of millions of dollars and they're getting billions of dollars in return. Their governor's into it. The first husband is the biggest champion in Arkansas for these trails. And so, yeah, as we mentioned, there's this massive demand, almost no funding. And in my opinion, we can't go big enough on this. We estimate right now there's $100 million plus of demand for trails and pathway systems in Wyoming. One of the coolest projects, again, is down in the Carbon County area years ago. A couple of families wrote in, they like to walk to each other's ranches, but they don't want to be out on that highway. They want an off-the-highway trail or pathway. So simple things like that, all the way up to trail systems, make our state safer, bring our young families back, improve quality of life, and drive the economy. So we would encourage certainly something being developed this year that we can move forward on, and then continue to grow that and look at all of our great public lands, manage folks where we want them, build sustainable trails, all the things that we've talked about.
Mr. Cusack, committee, I'm really concerned about the lack of passion shown by Mr. Cusack, but no, that's really well
A
done.
job's a job. Yeah.
Yeah, you pulled me in, I'm telling you, that was great. Yeah, thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Cusack? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Arkansas doesn't have what Wyoming has in that the hills aren't as steep to go up. I don't know how you feel about riding your bike uphill, but I struggle. I was just curious if you think that might be the issue.
To be frank with you, Chairman and Representative Provenza, I think what they've done is they recognize they don't have a lot of vertical, so they made it challenging in other ways. In fact, the junior national mountain bike team for the United States trains there. And they've made cool features like glow-in-the-dark wooden trails and lit-up trails, and so they've really gone into it.
So Representative Harshman, go ahead.
Yeah, just question, I mean, how are other states paying for it?
Chairman Lannon, Representative Harshman, yeah, it's a great question. There's been studies, and some of us in this state have looked at what they're doing. We see a lot of municipal and county dollars going to these trails. We saw big projects in Idaho and Utah do that. In fact, if you just Google mountain biking in Utah, there's towns that you may have heard of, may not have heard of, who are deciding that if we build an amazing racetrack for high school mountain bikers, which is the fastest growing sport in Utah, they're going to get thousands of visitors, and it's happening. So they're just looking at it and they're saying, in fact, what we believe, and we've seen it, these are some of the best ways we can spend dollars in Wyoming. I mean, if you think about what costs $1.1 million that you guys approve as a legislature, it'll get level Wyoming a 23-mile trail system that lasts for decades and grows their economy. And so that's what these states are doing. They're figuring out it's worth their county and municipal dollars because it's one of the highest demand activities in the country right now.
So Mr. Cusack, just as an addition to what you just said, our son happens to be on the executive team up at Big Sky Ski Resort and indicated the other day that summertime is becoming as big as wintertime, and they were one of the first areas to start putting the hooks on the back of those chairlifts, and they hook the bikes and away they go. And it's big. It's very, very big. And so they completely metamorphosize and turn into a mountain biking heaven before the snow comes. So it's a big, big deal.
Chairman Lennon, that's correct. And what Representative Storer talked about, you know, the Tetons and the Jackson area, and we've got a project there this year just over the border almost to Idaho. They've managed it the right way. And when you go there and ride, once you leave the trailhead, and this is so key, the system's big enough that you don't have trail conflict. And so that's why places like Big Sky, here locally, Grand Targhee, Jackson, are expanding to decrease that trail conflict. It might feel busy in the parking lot, but once you get out on the trails, you feel like you got it to yourself. And that's what they recognize. That's the experience people are looking for.
Yeah, appreciate you. Anything else, Senator Schuler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wondering what you thought about, you know, this particular bill and the amount of the fees. Do you think those are reasonable as you look at other states and what they've done?
Chairman Landon, Senator Schuler, thanks for that question. I did make a note, you know, I'm of an age nigh on 60 that people like me that still ride, and a lot of people younger, we want to be counted. We look at what the snowmobile group did last year and asked for more money to be charged because they want more amenities. I think what we would see, I believe we could charge more personally, and I'm not going to challenge the language of the bill because I haven't worked on it. But I think what would happen is, whether it was enforced or not, because a lot of you were right, there's not going to be a lot of opportunity to catch people trying to get away with something. And then I look at that compared to fishing too, and I think, I don't know if any of us have ever been asked for our fishing license, but we all buy one because we get it. I think if we charged whatever we charge and rolled it out, I think it would have its own momentum. Right now, when we come to legislature, I don't know how many legislators mountain bike or understand professionally built trails the way we do. And we can't really tell them numbers. We can't really say, you know, we can look at Kurt Gowdy. We can look at Kurt Gowdy during COVID, where over 600,000 people, I believe, came during those years, and most of those were from Colorado, and most of that was to ride the trails. But I do think being counted and being able to say, you know, by golly, we only brought in $100,000 this year, but all of us want more trails. And so my $10 or $20 will help do that. Here you go. And let me give it a little extra. So I think it's worth starting something, and let's see what happens. And, you know, if people are going to go out there and thumb their nose at the fee, well, that's just how some people are, I guess. But I think it's worth starting.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, committee? Okay, we'll keep moving, but really appreciate you.
Thanks for the time. Appreciate you all.
Any further testimony on draft 115? Anything else? Do we have anybody online? Okay, committee, I'm going to close testimony on the bill. I guess the question is, what is the question on this bill? Moved by Representative Provenza. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Conley. Discussion. Senator Hicks. Can you get real close to your microphone for us, Senator?
So
Thank you.
this deals with staff comment on page 6. And if you go to the top of that, where we include the department shall consult with the Wyoming Trails Advisory Council, I would just suggest that we delete subsection E from the bill. I think with rulemaking authority, and we certainly don't want to go in there and codify that based on the staff comment. The department clearly has the discretion already to do that, and I think they are doing that. So I think it's unnecessary to codify that in the bill. So I would move that we delete subsection E. Page
Okay.
6.
Seconded by the co-chairman. Any discussion on that proposed amendment? That is to delete paragraph E at the top of page 6. Excuse me. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Senator Hicks.
This is the suggestions that the department brought. I think they're correct as far as the evolution of e-bikes, and we need to allow them to do that through rule versus codify that. So if you go to page 2, line 19, 18 and 19.
Senator Hicks, we've got a motion on the floor, and then I'll come back to you for additional work on the bill. But I want to make sure that everybody understands the motion to eliminate paragraph E on page 6. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion has passed, and we're back on the bill. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for my youthful exuberance to try to get this bill worked and get it out for the committee.
It's nice that it's still there once in a while, Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just move that we adopt the suggested amendments by the State Parks and Cultural Resources in the handout dated 19th August 2025.
Senator Hicks, is that motion, does that include all the suggested?
Correct.
All, just?
Yep.
Okay. Seconded by Senator Schuler. Discussion. Did everybody hear the motion? Okay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. That motion has carried. We've adopted the suggested changes from the department, and we're back on the bill. Any further considerations? Did we go page by page? Senator Boner?
Well, I've got one, Mr. Chairman, dealing with the discussion that we had, just to ensure, and I certainly trust the testimony we heard today, but just ensuring in future years that these funds aren't somehow just shifted somewhere else, since we are currently funding this program to some extent or another, making sure that these fees will actually increase funding to the Trails program. So conceptual here, but certainly open to tweaks, but since we deleted paragraph E, this would be the new E, basically at the top of page 6, reads something along the following lines. The Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources shall not decrease any amount from the biennial budget that is budgeted or allocated to the non-motorized recreational trail program based on the amounts that the non-motorized recreational trail program receive under this section. And so that was based off of similar language we had for a transportation committee bill dealing with the endowment at the University of Wyoming for a specific purpose. And certainly, that's a different animal, the University of Wyoming, when it comes to these sorts of things. I'll say that right away. But so that's the concept, making sure that these fees are going to go towards increased services for our constituents. And that's the gist there.
So that language, do I have a second on that motion? Representative Wharf has seconded it. Discussion, that is the language that would assure that we're not supplanting and that we're supplementing, but go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman, and then Representative Provenza.
Mr. Co-Chair, with your permission, I would love the opinion of State Parks on that on that. I think we're at a point now that that would certainly be welcome for my decision-making if it's all right with you.
Yeah, Director, come on up if you, it's a conceptual amendment. I'm sorry we don't have it locked down. We're going to rely on Mr. Fuller for that, but hopefully that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Byron, that was the intent all along for us. So codifying that in the statute, we are 100% good with that. That was the intent.
Okay, thank you. If you'd stay put, Director, we might have a question coming. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fuller, I hate to put you on the spot on this one, unless someone else can answer it, but other than that one bill provision, I mean, how often are we including language like this through our statutes for our budget process for state agencies? We have the most complicated budget process, I think, in the country when it comes to how we allocate funds. So I'm just curious if this is another complication that we're adding in.
Mr. Fuller, do you want to opine on that, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, I'd have to do digging to find out. I think there are examples, maybe not so much in this language. I think more of the examples tend to be related to these funds shall not be expended for X or shall be expended for X versus a statement about, and Mr. Chairman, I think what this really is getting at is no B11 of that money, any money that's appropriated in the department's budget for outdoor recreation or non-motorized trails.
We have a couple of long-term appropriations. Representative Harshman, Senator Hicks, do you guys want to weigh in on this? Tell me about this language and how you feel about it.
Mr. Chairman, I wrote similar language to put on page 5, line 7 after the period, not creating a new period, but it was basically the intent of the legislature. These funds will augment current funding and used for these purposes. Similar deal, but just expressing the intent of the legislature and future legislature. We're not going to pass a fee increase so we can take money and move it somewhere else for another purpose. Yeah. That's not the idea.
Yeah,
so as we all age out and new people are in all these chairs, I think sometimes that intent is good. So
yeah, thanks, Representative. I see a head shake from the senator down on the far end, and that's been my experience as well. So thank you, Director, for coming up to opine on that one. Representative Provenza, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I don't have a problem, I guess, with like putting in the intent. The language that you read, Representative Harshman, talks about, I think, like shall, right? Like how we're going to allocate those funds. So, I mean, is it problematic to say like we can't decrease something and then increase something?
Let's come back to the bringer of the amendment, Senator Boner.
Yeah, so once again, Mr. Chairman, it simply says, it doesn't say you'll never decrease this amount. Say that the legislature comes in and cuts this agency's budget, it doesn't preclude a decrease based off of that action or any other action. It's just saying you're not going to decrease it based off of this fee, and that's it. And so that's why that was crafted the way it was. There was some thought put into it. Like I said, this is something a different interim committee looked into either way, but I just want to make sure I have an actually accurate conversation here.
And one reminder, committee, depending on how this amendment goes and how the bill goes, we've got a lot of time going forward and into the session that we can work this pretty carefully. By that point, you know, our friends on the Appropriations Committee can get a look at it. But Representative Warp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just want to speak in favor of it. I mean, I seconded the motion for a reason, and I think it is important. I really think we have to do our due diligence as the people that have been elected to represent our constituents, and they're putting money to a program. I think we have to do our due diligence, and I think this does. It removes any guess, any speculation, and it just says it clear. And the department doesn't have a problem. I don't think that the committee should have a problem putting that in the bill. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? All in favor of the, Senator Hicks, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just as an old appropriator like my colleague here, or Representative Harshman, it's just pretty restrictive language. It's not uncommon to federal programs, federal grant dollars come in and an agency uses those to supplant something and move that stuff around to accomplish the mission of the agencies. I'm just thinking, what happens if we come in here with the Great Outdoors America or some of the other programs that are out there that you use federal offsets? I think this starts to put pretty restrictive language. And this is why we have an appropriations committee to make sure that they stay within their budgeted amounts and ask us questions. And I think it's just, it's the verbiage in here that's overly restrictive to allow the department to have just a little bit of flexibility as changing budgets and circumstances was dictated. Not that I'm opposed to the concept. It's more or less just I think it's overly restrictive language at this point in time.
Okay. Question on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, let's do a show of hands. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. All opposed, please. That amendment has failed.
Mr. Chairman.
There's room going forward. So Representative Harshman, back to you.
Mr. Chairman, maybe a softer approach on this. On page 5, line 7, after the period, we've taken out the E, but if the period, just add a sentence. It's the intent of the legislature that these funds will augment current funding for these purposes.
Do I have a second to that motion? Seconded by Senator Schuler. Discussion on that one. Kind of the same thing, only different. Representative Ward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the only problem I have with that is it leads off with the intent. And I don't think we put that in the bill. Usually that's at the start of the bill where we talk about the intent. I myself think it's too weak, and we don't ever put the intent in statute where we say the intent is. That's usually captured at the start of the bill. And so I think if there's a different way to say it, because we don't typically put that in statute. Statute shouldn't be subject to the intentions.
Legislative.
Thank you.
Representative, I do think that we have, I don't know how prevalent it is. I'm looking at Mr. Fuller. Can you help me with that? Brian, I know we've done it in the past, but.
So Mr. Chairman, the intent of the legislature language is most prevalent in the budget bill. It's a fairly recent development of language based on prior line item vetoes that the legislature moved to that language. It is most prevalent in the budget. I think it's in statute at least some number of times. I couldn't tell you. I know one example, the retirement plans, the legislature says it's the intent that those plans are 100% actuarially funded. And that's the language that's used. But I don't think those are a significant number in codified statute.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regard to this on line 8, page 5, it says the funds shall be expended only for. It seems to me that would be fairly clear that that's the only thing they can be expended for. So with my limited experience in these things, doesn't that say what we want it to say?
Representative, thank you. Good point made. Further discussion on this amendment. Everybody, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just asked if you could read your language again for us. Thank you.
Representative Harshman, let's come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And back to Representative Conley, I agree 100%. I was just working off our discussions to make sure that as we institute a new fee, that this money raised does not free up current money being used for those purposes that you noted. So that was the whole idea. We probably don't have to do that, you know. You've heard of the department, but I think that, you know, we want to do this because we want to maximize it and we want to really kind of send that message. And I appreciate all those arguments. So it's probably not necessary, but I was working off of what I heard in debate by this committee. And there's probably other ways, just simply say it. These funds will augment, or designed to augment current funding. You know, you could simply say that. And that's the amendment. The amendment says it's the intent of the legislature, these funds will augment current funding.
So.
Yeah, I think the bill's fine without it. We don't, and so, but at some point, I think we want to move on from this and vote on the bill, but whatever you want, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna vote on the amendment. Hope that clarifies for everybody. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no.
No.
Okay, let's go a show of hands. All of those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. That amendment has passed. We are back on the bill. Anything further on the bill? Anything further? Representative Storer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because the language on the fee amount is really a cap, the way I read it, I'm just curious whether the committee does have an appetite for raising that, such that we allow the department some latitude in setting those fees for a period of time as they see the demand. At 10 and 20, I think it's actually pretty low compared to other places and reasonable. I suspect that's where they would start, but giving them the ability to go up to 25 for residential and 50 for non-residential, so that we don't have to come back and debate this 2 years from now, would seem to be something we might want to consider.
Representative, is that a motion?
I guess that would be a motion to consider. Thank you.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Provenza. Can you go over that again, just so everyone understands what your motion is, Representative?
Page 3.
We are
So
on
page 3, line 11.
Lines 11 through 13, I believe, right?
Right. So the $10 would go to 25, and the 20 would go to 50. And again, that would be a cap that the legislature would put on at this point in time.
And so 25 and 50 capped amounts. Discussion. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, we were just having some reminiscence on how many bills over the years that we've come back and had to change fees, and every 5 years you change fees, and every 5 years you change fees again, and, you know, we can do that. It's what we've been doing for 100 years, and so it just seems to me maybe we should put some language in there instead of putting a dollar amount and just say the department shall establish a fee structure associated with this. I know that won't be very popular with some of our colleagues, but having sit through this for, like you, Mr. Chairman, we amend the legislation all the time, just changing the fee structures. And
Very well put, Senator. That, we've dealt with that for years, and I really appreciate the motion, but I also want to give this bill, if it moves forward, the best chance possible, because I think it represents one of the most important topics we've taken up during this interim. But you know, it drives me crazy how many of these fees are located in our statutes, and then we don't revisit for another 30 years or something, and we're stuck in the middle of, we ran into it on transportation all the time. I'm looking at the chairman of transportation next to me. I'm inclined to support this, knowing that we have some flexibility to look at this as it moves through the process. But anyway, further discussion. We're considering moving the fee structure to 25 and 50 versus 10 and 20. Further discussion?
You know,
Senator
Mr. Chairman,
Hicks, go ahead.
I would just say, and I agree with you, we need to get this passed, but I think the higher we raise the fees, the more unlikely that it's going to make introduction. And so if this motion should fail, I'll come back with another motion that allows the department some flexibility to establish those fees based on other states and industry norms, but they're just a suggestion.
Representative Warp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will resist this and any other amendment that changes the fee. I'm one that believes that it should be there. We're representing our constituents, and I think they should know what that is. I think we should reduce as much ambiguity as we can, and we should make it very clear in statute. I've dealt with these license fee increases with Game and Fish, and there's things that just become automatic. And I think, as was mentioned, we raise this, I think it jeopardizes the bill. I think where it's at, the department says this works. It seems to be in line with other states. I don't see any reason to change that. And I would urge the committee to resist those changes. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Opposed, no? No. That amendment does not pass. Surprisingly, a few on the affirmative side there, but anything further on the bill? Committee, I do want to get to a vote on the bill pretty soon. So
Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Hicks.
I would just go in and ask that we allow LSO a little bit of flexibility to massage the language. But so when you go into that page and then where it says the department may establish the following fees for non-motorized recreation trail permits, I would just delete the fee schedule underneath that, so lines 11 through there, and just on line 8, the department may establish fees for non-motorized recreational trails permits consistent with industry standards, period. So we're just saying they need to go out there and establish these based on whatever's consistent with the industry, and it's a determination that the department. So try to simplify it and allow them to have, and it'll be through rules. They've got rulemaking authority already in the bill to do this, so it does go out to the public for public comment as they change fees or establish those fees. So it's still a transparent public process through the rulemaking.
Okay, I've got a motion on the table. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Harshman. Another bite at the fee apple. Discussion on this one. That's a little bit more nuanced. Go ahead, Representative Warp.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think that jeopardizes the bill. I think it's too ambiguous. Who knows where that will land? And I really think it's a mistake to play with that. I think there's no reason to create that ambiguity in the bill. I think it's very clear and people would understand that. It just adds one more thing that the department's going to have to consider when they go around and talk to people. I think it's easier to just leave it as it is. As was stated, we make these changes all the time. And it can be revisited, but I do think it jeopardizes the bill. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. So I've contemplated this. I also think it jeopardizes the bill. I think this specific amount that's stated is something that we have a good chance of getting through introduction. I think if we do make it potentially more broad, I think we'll have some resistance. It's something that maybe after introduction we could look at. But maybe this motion passes and we discuss this during the next interim next year. For lack of this making it through introduction, but I am concerned that, and while I do appreciate the senator's remarks, I think that it leaves it far too broad for the bill, and I really think we're at a good spot, and I recognize you want to get this to a vote, so I am also going to resist this because I think this is something we can certainly work when we're in Cheyenne in February.
Okay, anything further? Committee, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? No. that motion has failed. We are back on the bill. Are you ready for a vote? Eddie, would you please take roll on 115, working draft point 5, please?
Senator Boner,
Excused for the time being.
Senator Hicks, Senator Jones, Senator Schuler, Representative Campbell,
Aye.
Representative Connolly. Aye. Representative Harshman. Representative Jarvis.
Excused.
Representative Provenza.
Aye.
Representative Storer. Aye. Representative Thayer.
Aye.
Representative Worf.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Byron.
Aye.
Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Senator Boner.
All right, glad we got the senator back. That, we wanted him on that.
That's a good trick, just leave the room.
Yeah, okay. All right, so, Mr. Fuller, would you be willing, just right off the bat, let's get started with a look at 114, working draft point 3, gaming proceeds, outdoor recreation. If you could walk us through that bill, Mr. Fuller, we would appreciate that.
Yep, so Mr. Chairman, this is 2-02 in the online meeting materials. This is a draft the committee requested in June as well, and would amend the disposition of proceeds of online sports wagering revenue to direct a portion of those revenues to outdoor recreation. Pretty straightforward bill, Mr. Chairman. Page 2, lines 4, 6, and 11 are just technical conforming changes. And then page 2, and Mr. Chairman, I'll just back up. Right now, online sports revenue, sports wagering revenue, which is defined in statute, goes like this. The first $300,000 goes to the Department of Health to address problem gaming. The remainder goes to the general fund. What this bill draft would do on page 2, line 13, would provide that 1/2 of those remaining revenues after the first $300,000 would go to the Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund income account. The staff comment on the top of page 3 just lists what those funds may be used for. And then page 3, line 11 would provide that the other half of the remainder would go to the general fund. This would be effective July 1st, 2026, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Appreciate it. Any questions regarding the draft of the bill? Anything for Mr. Fuller? Department Director and colleagues, if you could come up and visit with us about 114. Take it away, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Dave Glenn, Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources. Chris will kind of lead this, but I just wanted to respond to Representative Provenza's comment about Arkansas and mountain bikes. I did end up buying a mule from Arkansas, and that thing for the first 2 years I thought was going to kill itself up on the mountains on icy trails. He's really good and solid now, but that mule, I did not know if he was going to make it during that time. So go ahead, Chris.
That's great. Mr. Floyd, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris Floyd, Deputy Director, State Parks and Cultural Resources. I certainly appreciate what I think is the intent of the bill, which is to shore up the Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund account. We know that there's going to be, when that grant program starts early next year, it's going to be massively oversubscribed. We know that's going to happen. We'll probably have something like $4 to $5 million for that biennium for projects. I would not be surprised if we get 40 or 50 million in requests. People have just, it's like we're going to pop the clutch. It's been revving up for a long time, and people have been anticipating this fund coming online. So any funding that goes into that account is certainly appreciated and would go to good use. It would be used up for sure. But the question I have, and this goes back to the discussion at the last meeting, what was the intent of this funding from the online gaming for non-motorized trails, or was it more just to add to the ORTTF account? And that, just a little bit of context there, because the way it's set up right now is it would just go into the trust fund, and it doesn't designate it for non-motorized, which is good, because I think one thing we'd want to avoid is trying to put too many, restrictions on what that board could do with those funds that are in there. They're going to have their own processes and all that. And if you start carving that out for this purpose and that purpose, is there an end to it? So If the intent was to just shore up ORTTF, perfect. If the intent was for non-motorized, it wouldn't necessarily do that the way it's written. It would contribute to the pot, and certainly that would indirectly in some ways help non-motorized. But remember, there's going to be many types of recreation competing for those limited funds. So that was just a point of question or clarity that I had. And that reflects in our suggestion we had, where if you were going to designate it for non-motorized trails, you probably should create a non-motorized account like the other draft bill does, and that's why I put that language on there.
So, Mr. Floyd, good question, and I think there was some reluctance, can't speak for the co-chairman, but for me to establish yet another fund, I think the idea is to get this into a position to continually help that trust fund, knowing the Wildlife Trust Fund, how long it took us, to get to a point where it was really having some impact. You got to get started somewhere. So any questions of the department on this one? So I guess monies that go into that account I'll come right back over here. But just for clarification, it's not that non-motorized trails would not be benefited from this. They would be part of the mix, and it could go to that. So was it Senator Schuler or Senator Boner? Who's first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if State Parks can answer this, or maybe the Gaming Commission. I see they're in the room, but I just wondered where we are in terms of the online sports gambling. Is it growing exponentially as some of our other gaming issues are? Any idea on some data there?
Director, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Nick Laramendi, Executive Director of the Gaming Commission. Nice to see you all. In regards to the funding source for this, I have the numbers for the last 5 years of what this would have done. So in 2021, it wouldn't have done anything. We started late in the year. The tax revenue in 2021 was a total of $124,000. That was it. In 2022, the total was $843,000. So the first $300,000 went to the Department of Health. That would have left $500,000 to be split 250 each, 250 for the general fund and then 250 for this. In 2023, it was just under 1.1 million. So it was about $800,000 to be split. It would have been 400,000 for each.
Can you say that figure again, Director?
For 2023, it was just under 1.1 million total. The first 300,000 goes to the Department of Health, leaving 800,000. So that would have been 400 to the general fund and 400 for this. In 2024, it was 1.4 million. So that would have left 1.1 million split evenly. So 550,000 for the general fund and 550,000 for this. Year to date, we've received $880,000 in tax revenue. So the first 300,000 already went to the Department of Health, so it would be about 250,000 and change currently. But we still have a few more months left in this year.
Director, thank you. Appreciate that. Questions? Senator, go ahead, and then back to Senator Boner. Senator Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, do you expect that for 2025 then to be more than for 2024? Are you expecting it to go above 1.4 million?
Thank you, Chairman Landon, Senator Jones. And we expect it to be on track about the same, about the 1.4. There hasn't really been a huge amount of growth in that. It's pretty standard.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as the bill is drafted, has this money going towards the Tourism Trust Fund income account. Can you just go over how that's structured right now? Is there, we like reserve accounts with these sorts of things. We got the corpus. And so just a brief overview as to how that works. And more specifically, is there an opportunity if you have excess income to, decide to move that into the corpus? How does that work?
And Mr. Floyd, just for clarification, it does say the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund, and that's different than the tourism account, right? So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Boner. So the Outdoor Recreation Tourism Trust Fund, trust account is the one that earns interest. The income account is the one that can be spent for projects. And so at the beginning of each biennium, the way the legislation is set up right now, $6 million from the Tourism Reserve account goes into the ORTTF. $2 million of that is peeled off into the income account. $4 million stays in the corpus to earn interest. And then additionally, all the interest that has been earned to that point by the corpus joins that $2 million to be spent. And that's how we know we're probably going to have between $4 and $5 million based on the way things are going right now next summer to spend for projects. So the way this bill is drafted right here is it puts it right into the income account to be spent immediately as opposed to going into the corpus.
Go ahead, Senator. Follow up.
And just briefly, what's the amount in the corpus right now?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, about $13.5 million.
Okay, anything further for the department? Anything further? Director, anything from your bailiwick? Any further comments? And we'll reserve the right to come back to any one of you as the discussion ensues. So,
Thank you, Chairman Landon. I have nothing for or against this bill.
okay. Thank you very much.
Makes no difference to us.
Appreciate you being here. Okay, let's go to anyone else who would like to come forward and testify on 114 Working Draft Point 3. We are talking about gaming proceeds for outdoor recreation. Would anyone like to testify on this bill? Anyone in the room? Do we have anybody online who has a desire to testify? Okay, I'm going to close public testimony on this bill. Committee, what's your pleasure on this bill? Senator Boner moved it and Representative Harshman seconded, and we had some seconds down here too. Representative Thayer and others. Discussion on the bill. Discussion. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this might be something just because I'm not familiar with and just wanted to understand a little bit better on page 2, line 6. So with that first 300,000 that is pulled off for the Department of Health, I realize that already exists in statute. My question though is then how the Department of Health distributes that to counties, and is it an equal distribution of this is what money came in, so it's equally distributed, or is it distributed based on population and need, or? Because I'm just not familiar with the history. So just some clarity, I guess, on my part, how the Department of Health distributes those funds.
Representative, that's a good question, and I see the director moving up here. Thank you for doing that. And if you'd scoot that microphone really close, Director Laird, we would really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Landon, Representative Campbell. Thank you. They have a formula that they base it on, and it just kind of goes out. It's done by population, and then they allow the counties to apply for that funding. And then there's actually been several counties that haven't even applied for it yet. They're working on some education to get that funds out to the counties, though.
You bet. Senator Hicks.
Just a little edification. The Capital Finance Committee's looking at this. They took testimony from the counties on this money that it's not really effectively being utilized. And so it's grants through the Department of Health back to the counties that they have to request. And so their CapFin's actually looking at reworking some of this right now, but it was part of their interim that they're looking at, so.
Yeah, appreciate that heads up, Senator. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may. I just sent a handout that Mr. Riemann provided at our June meeting that broke down, at least for the last year, those amounts that were distributed to counties.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fuller. Appreciate that. I forgot that we had that from. Okay, so anything further, committee? Anything further? Are you ready for a roll call vote on this one? Okay, let's go to a roll call vote on 114, Working Draft Point 3.
Senator Boner. Senator Hicks. Senator Jones. Senator Schuler. Representative Campbell.
Aye.
Representative Connolly. Representative Harshman. Representative Jarvis.
Excused?
Representative Provenza.
Aye.
Representative Storer. Aye. Representative Thayer. Representative Worf. Co-Chairman Byron.
Aye.
Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 12 ayes, 1 no, 1 excused.
Okay. Committee, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's keep it fairly tight this morning, and then we'll come back to the Wyoming State Museum. 10-minute break. 10 always becomes 1. Okay, committee, let's get started. I want to come back to public comment. We did not do that after the first couple. And I'm going to open up public comment to any comments that someone would like to share with the committee so that you wouldn't necessarily have to wait till the end of the meeting to do it today. And then we'll come to the Wyoming State Museum after that. So if anyone would like to come forward for public comment now, please feel free to do that. Absolutely. Thank you.
Aha. All right. I think it's working. Good morning, everyone.
Good
My name
morning.
is Ryan
Welcome.
O'Neill. I work with the Wyoming Arts Alliance, and we hosted the reception last night at Art 321. So I just wanted to say thank you for those of you who were able to attend. We had a nice group, and we're able to share some fun facts about the creative economy. And I just wanted to take one moment and explain that the Wyoming Arts Alliance is a arts advocacy organization that works hard to make sure that the state of Wyoming is fostering a climate that is supportive of arts and culture in our state. And one of the ways that we do that is we try to share more information about the scope and impact of the creative economy. So I'm going to wow you with 3 facts. And then for those of you who weren't able to attend, I put together packets with our economic information and then specific county information for you. And I'm happy to connect later and follow up and answer any questions. So are you ready to be wowed
So
with creative
before you
economy?
get into that, can you, the groundwork there is that you have asked the University of Wyoming for assistance. You've got board members who are also contributing to this effort to try to get arms around what the impact is out there, right? Did I
Yes,
lay that
you were a good
foundation?
student for listening last night, yes. So the Wyoming Arts Alliance is doing a data roundup project, and so we have spent our last year focused on partnering with the Wyoming Center for Business and Economic Analysis to do a full impact study to really try to wrap our arms around the impact of the creative economy, which means the contributions of those artists, musicians, dancers, everyone under the large umbrella of the creative economy, their impact, as well as all the supporting industries in Wyoming, and then the ripple effect of both of those spending their dollars in the economy. So it is important for us to look at the multiple layers, and that revealed we had $1.3 billion of an economic contribution from the creative economy. That was for the year 2022. So that report then, we have now been taking around the state doing community listening sessions. We've done 13 of 16. We'll be in Evanston next. And then Torrington and Newcastle will be our final communities. And then from there, we are launching today a survey and some focus groups to really deep dive into more of the specific needs of each of the subsections of the creative industries. And the goal is then to put that into a final comprehensive report that I will be here to share with you in November, probably in a public comment section. So
Really valuable information. Thank you for getting it to the committee. Obviously, a lot of these constituent groups answer to our committee right here. 1.3 billion. That was a figure last night that honestly set me back on my heels. I did not realize that, and I think that's really impactful and pretty amazing. Yeah, so.
it is pretty amazing. It represents 2.7 of the gross domestic product for our state in 2022. And so 2.7%. So we're pretty proud of that. And that is the reaction most people have when we share that information. The piece I want you to know is comparatively, right? We outdoor recreation and tourism, the same team did the same analysis. So it's pretty reliable comparison, was 4.1%. And agriculture for that same year was 2.2%. And so I think that just kind of helps us have some perspective of how the creative economy, we are entering that top 10 of the industries in Wyoming. We're your fastest growing industry or sector of the economy. And so I think it is important that we're highlighting that for the conversation. We represent 14,000 jobs across the state that are connected to the creative economy, which is probably something that people would have significantly underestimated that number. The number I like, because I live in Laramie and there's potholes everywhere in Laramie, and I care about tax dollars, right? And so if I shrink the circle as small as I can to just core creatives, the tax revenue that was generated from those core creatives was $35 million for local, county, and state. And so that's a significant contribution for just 1 year. So a lot of potholes, as I like to say, to fill up in
Well,
there.
a big shout out to the Arts Alliance.
Yeah.
And again, all of the folks who contributed last night to the reception. It was really outstanding and very informative too. So keep us posted. Really appreciate the information. And that's valuable for this committee as we go forward into budget sessions and issues that surround all of that. So thank you.
Absolutely. I'll
Any
be back in
questions of the
November.
Art Alliance this morning? Arts Alliance, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, maybe not a question, but would like your feedback. But rather than having, you have to come in and jump in on a public comment somewhere, if we just might add, 5-10 minutes on the agenda for that report and update from the Wyoming Arts Alliance instead of tucking you into a public comment.
Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We did have this discussion last night. We have traditionally had that slot in TRW for them, and I think will make a plan to have it moving forward. I also, sorry to miss the beginning of this discussion, but in my car are 14 Glassy handouts, and I will make sure after lunch they're all on the top of your computer screen for reading material once you get home to wherever you're going.
Really a lot of good information, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Okay, committee, we're going to keep moving. Let's get to the Wyoming State Museum. And Mr. Fuller, we've got a bill in front of us, State Museum fees authorization. Would you walk us through that one, please?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, 3-01 in the online meeting materials. This is a bill draft that would authorize the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources to establish and collect fees for the Wyoming State Museum. So on page 2, line 6, this is a section of statute concerning the authority and power of the director of the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, and it would add a new paragraph to that subsection that says, by rule, the director may establish and collect fees for admission to the Wyoming State Museum, participation in museum-related events, or other museum services. And then in promulgating rules for these fees, there's 2 provisions. Page 2, line 13 would allow separate admission fees for residents and non-residents. And then line 16 would concern a maximum admission fee not to exceed some figure that the committee would have to include. Page 3, the staff comment just notes 2 possible options for setting the admission fees. These were suggestions from the department in discussion during the drafting of the bill. Then page 3, line 19 provides that those fees that are collected under the language on page 2 would be deposited to the Museum Enterprise Fund, previously the Department of Commerce Enterprise Fund, which is codified and continued, and then funds in that enterprise fund, as currently is the practice, would be expended only upon legislative appropriation. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer questions.
Questions for Mr. Fuller? Representative Campbell?
Thank you. I'm not sure, Mr. Fuller, if this will go to you or, as far as on page 3, line 19, if that tends to be common practice, if there's another fund, I guess the question I had as I read through this is we're giving state parks and cultural resources the authority to determine and to generate revenue, but then how that is spent is going to have to come to the legislature to approve, which I didn't really understand. If there was an account, if you're going to raise the money and oversee the fees, then can it go into an account where they can then determine how those fees are best spent, or if it's common practice to have to come back to the legislature for that?
Mr. Fuller, do you want to touch on that for us?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, I can try to answer that to some regard. First off, I think it's definitely a policy decision of the committee, of the legislature, to decide the disposition of funds. In numerous instances, agencies or entities are able to have the authority to collect funds that are then deposited into what I would just broadly call special revenue accounts. And typically those accounts while they have the money, would be subject to the budgeting process. So the way this would work, as it does for other agencies, is they would note the amount of revenue that came into the account and include that as part of their budget request for expenditure of those funds on the State Museum.
Yeah, pretty commonplace committee for that to happen, and that's the check and balance that we have over the top of things. Anything you want to add, Representative Harshman?
Mr. Chairman, question there, you know, the language on page 2, the new Roman 4, allows you to, currently you can go to the State Museum in Cheyenne, there's no admission fee. I think that's great. And then the other piece, though, is what I've kind of heard about, is that your space is used for other events. People say, hey, we'd like to meet here with this group, and you currently don't charge any admission fees for that. That's a real issue, I think, that we're, so I see this as 3 things as I read this, is that admission to the State Museum. Number 2 would be participation in museum-related events or other museum services, and that's kind of what I've heard the most about. I guess my first question is, what are you kind of thinking, you know, you ballpark some kind of income off of this? And then my second part of this is, can we peel off the admission piece to the museum and allow you to do those other 2 pieces, you know, the events and the other services such as hosting groups to have meetings in the facility, et cetera? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So with those 2 questions in mind, let's go to our department, okay? And please remember those questions from Representative Harshman, and let's get to them here in a little. Comments first, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Committee. Dave Glenn, Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources. And with me is Deputy Director Sarah Sheen, who is responsible for all the cultural resources side, and our State Museum Director, Kevin Ramler. I just want to throw out a couple things before we get to those questions, Representative. Since 2010, visitation at our state parks alone, has almost doubled, going up from 2.84 million to 4.84 million. The same is happening at our State Museum as well. Inflation during that time has increased just under 50%. So $1 is now $1.50 today. But this is the important part, two pieces. Our general fund standard budget has dropped from $30.8 million in BFY 2011 to $1 million less, $29.7 million today. So while inflation has gone up 50%, our general fund budget has dropped $1 million over the last 15 years. Not only that, we've dropped from 181 full-time employees to 149 full-time employees, 18% decrease, 32 employees, a lot of those on the cultural resources side of the house. I want to just set the table for that as we're having this discussion. I want to make a t-shirt that says Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources being doged since 2010. Because we take pride in being lean and mean and efficient. And we need to come to you with these smaller bake sales, frankly, to say, we want to provide those services. We want to provide a birthday party on a Sunday afternoon for somebody. We want to provide a spot for a legislative reception sometime down the road. But we can't do it without the funds to make it happen. So with that, I'll pass it over to Sarah to answer some of those questions of yours, Representative.
Director, I hope the committee was listening carefully to what you just said. And I think it's something that reflects some of us old timers that have been around a while, reflects all of the work that we've been doing since about 2010, 2012. Some of it's been difficult on our agencies, and we understand that, but just from a fiscal standpoint, I'm really proud of the work that Wyoming has done. But it's absolutely appropriate for you to bring up the fact that we've got less budget to do this today than we had in 2012. That's a long time ago, and anyway, so carry on. Sarah, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt real quick. Committee, I want to recognize these two on the left of us. I've been serving on a committee for almost 3 years, I think now, to finish up the Capitol on wayfinding and all the historical exhibits. These two have served with me on that committee. can't say enough about all the work they brought to the table and what they've done. They have been valuable members of that committee, and it's good to see you both. We go back into work next week to get started finishing up all of that work on the civics lab and others, but it's good to see you both. Sarah, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that recognition. I appreciate that. Kevin has spent the lion's share of the time doing the work on it, so I appreciate his work too. Sarah Sheen, I'm the Deputy Director for State Parks Cultural Resources over the Cultural Resources side of the house. And to answer a couple of questions and just to kind of state some intentions about the bill and our intentions as the agency, and Representative Harshman, the intention is not to charge for residents. We had never intended for this bill to charge in-state residents any kind of fee for admission. So we were considering just charging out-of-state folks admission fees, with the possibility of considering things like, family passes for even out-of-state residents coming in so that it's a little more affordable. Things that museums often do is like maybe veterans get to, we waive the entrance fee for them. So maybe some wiggle room on admission fees so it isn't as strict as it might seem in the current language. And then, yes, right now we do lots of programming. We'd like to be able to, we get lots of requests for like birthday parties, things like that. We'd love to be able to rent that space out and charge a fee for that to have, as usually happens during the legislative session, we get groups come in and wanting to hold their legislative reception. It would help us if we could charge a fee for those services. We do things like send out traveling trunks across the state. I think it would increase our capacity to be able to do that, to help like local county museums receive those if we could charge a fee for those things, a small fee. And then just things like, we've kicked around ideas like having maybe day camps for kids in the summertime. How do we charge fees for that so that we can staff that and buy materials for that currently isn't in our budget? So these are kind of some of the ideas that we've been kicking around, which is why you have this bill in front of you.
Okay. Committee questions for Representative Wharf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do other museums around the state, do they have differential pricing for residents versus non-residents?
Good morning, Kevin. Take it away.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Wharf, Kevin Ramler, Director of the State Museum. We were taking that somewhat from the Parks and Historic site. So they do charge those different fees for residents and non-residents. And then also, if I can return to Representative Harshman's question about potential revenue, I think as we've projected it just based on our current visitation and assuming we're not charging in-state residents, we're looking at probably $150, maybe up to $200,000 a year could be earned this way. Quite a bit to be determined based on, as Deputy Director Sheen said, if we're maybe charging half price or having free entry for kids and other groups if we want to kind of offer discounts for them. And some of that range is also the fact that these other events, birthday parties and all those stuff, I think we have a harder time projecting it because we don't currently offer that, but we know kind of what our visitation is. And if we were to implement some sort of fee, we could reasonably project what that might bring in.
Follow-up, Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other question I had is, have you thought about maybe doing like an annual pass where you could buy a pass that's good at all the museums? My thought was that would encourage people as they come to visit the state to think about the other museums as they're scattered around. If it was cheaper for them to buy an annual pass, maybe that could be an incentive to help.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, yes, it's something that we've talked about a little bit, but I wouldn't, not in enough detail for us to really answer that today, but it's a good idea.
Further questions? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple questions. On page 3, I guess in the back of my mind, I keep wondering, would these fees have to be deposited in this enterprise fund? Couldn't they just go into your budget? It seems kind of silly when we're talking about $100,000 that we'd have to go to the legislature to, you know, to get that. I mean, you're charging for birthday parties for fees, you know, is there another way we could do that? And then I've got another question after that.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Schuler, I think, you know, in working with LSO, this seemed like the best way to manage through this so that the legislature could still have some skin in the game, so to speak, on how the funds were expended. We currently have this fund, and what goes into it right now is the revenue that comes in for the museum store. The museum store is currently run by a vendor, and that money goes into this account so that we have some expenditure, but it would just switch it over so that, you know, all of this goes into that fund. And yes, we would have to go to the legislature. I think the concern was the legislature having some say in how that money was expended.
Okay. Go ahead, Kevin.
And also, just to clarify, I mean, we currently go in our standard budget for spending authority out of this account. So there's really, that's not a change.
Okay.
Okay.
And then just to follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, Senator, go ahead.
You know, I'm really excited to see some of the changes that you looked at here when you did your survey. And I love museums, and so I'm always taking grandkids to them. And the one thing I hear from them, you know, at least the 10 and 12-year-old, is they love the interactive stuff. So when it talks about more immersive exhibits, I think that's something that every museum in the state of Wyoming, as well as other museums I've been to, could do, because, you know, you want the young kids to get involved. You want them to learn more about our history and what's going on. And so I'm just excited to see that you've got a survey that kind of talks about that. I guess there's not a question there. Wouldn't you agree?
By the way, sorry I couldn't be at the event for the Quebec facility. I hope that went well. I had an uncle who turned 99, and his party was at the same time down in Colorado. So anyway, hope it went well. Any further question? Representative Thayer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. On the traveling exhibits, I know that a lot of, at least museum in Carbon County really loves having those traveling museums. And it, again, like Senator said, on the far end of the state, our kiddos really love those new exhibits. What percentage or how many traveling exhibits are you sending out a year or an average? And then do you guys incur all that shipping costs? And I mean, this sounds like for a nominal fee, this could potentially be a good program for the traveling exhibits that we all enjoy.
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we do not send out a ton of those traveling exhibits every year. I want to say in the past year, it was maybe 6 or 7, maybe up to 10 go out on a busy year, sometimes even less. Currently, the renting venue actually pays shipping for that. So they're already kind of offsetting some of our costs by covering that shipping. That was a change we had to make probably 6 or 7 years ago. To Director Glenn's point, as we were kind of figuring out our budgets, we had to shift some of that cost over to the renting institutions. We are currently working on a survey for those institutions to kind of get some feedback on how that traveling exhibit program can better serve them, and, you know, potentially exploring if there were fees, how that might impact that program.
Representative Warp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more question. If in fact we do start this process, is this going to require you to hire more people? Are you going to have to now have somebody at every one of the museum sites? And if so, how many employees would that be?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Worf, I think the short answer to that is no. So this won't impact the historic sites out around the state the way it's written, right? It's just the State Museum. And our intention right now is to The agency has the ability, we have some at-will contract positions that we can use and seasonal positions that we can use. We have the authority to use those as needed. And I think that if we saw a need for, say, all of a sudden, we're hit up for lots of birthday parties in a month or something, and we do need somebody to help the museum staff put those on and set things up and take things down, then I think we could use some of this funding. We have the ability right now to use some of this funding to fill in that gap without hiring FTEs or PTEs on a permanent basis.
Anything further, committee? Okay, appreciate the department being here. Please stand by. We might have a question as we work the bill.
And Mr. Chairman, I do have a handout to LSO with a couple of suggestions for maybe some tweaks to the language that might help the committee, make the change that I talked about with maybe no in-state resident fees, and then maybe adjust the language a little bit to give the director some latitude to make variances between who gets charged what for what things. So, where we want to waive fees or have lower fees for individuals that are, or fees for families instead of individuals. I think they have that language, if that helps.
So, Ms. Sheen, can you help me with that? I'm sorry, I'm drawing a little blank here. Did you provide a sheet to our staff?
Mr. Chairman, the LSO staff has that information. I did not hand it out to the rest of the committee, however.
Okay, I'm looking at our panel over there, and maybe we'll work that. If we don't have that, we may have to call you back up, Ms. Sheen, so that you can walk us through that, okay? Because we do want to incorporate what you've got in mind.
Yep, absolutely, thank you.
All right, so let's, we're on 120, working draft point 5. We're considering a fee structure for our state museum. Let's go to anyone else who wants to testify on this bill. Does anybody in the room want to come forward and testify on this bill? Do we have anybody online raising a hand out there? Okay, I'm going to close public testimony, and committee, what's your pleasure on this bill? Okay, I've got a motion by Harshman, I believe, seconded by Schuler and Campbell. And so discussion on this bill. Any discussion? Representative Wharf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm probably going to vote against the bill. I just want the committee to know. I just really am hesitant to pass legislation where we're given such broad authority to these people through rules and regs, and I'm always reluctant to do that, and it's nothing against these guys. I don't want you guys to be offended, but I think we should be more, diligent in the language that we put in statute. I think this is too ambiguous and too broad, so just so the committee knows that. I mean, it's not that I don't support the idea, but it seems like we're still kind of juggling balls, trying to figure out where it's going to land. And so that's why I'm going to vote against this. Just I don't like the language. It's too broad. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Understood, Representative. I think they'll still speak to you. Okay. Anything else, committee? Representative Harshman. Yeah, I'm ready to work the bill, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to throw a potential amendment out. I don't want to hurt the bill. I want to help this bill. I'm thinking of our colleagues, and it's on line 8 at Roman 4. Because I did not know this, that the intent was just to collect fees for non-resident admission. I think, to me, I went, okay, because I don't want to charge fees for people to go to our state museum. But when you said non-residents, sure, 100%. And they charge us when we go to their states. And so I'm just trying to help the bill, Mr. Chairman, by rule establish and collect fees for non-resident admission to the Wyoming State Museum. So add the word, this is on page 2, it's on that Roman 4, that new language on line 8 into 9, it would be by rule establish and collect fees for non-resident admission. That's what I was, and that was just from testimony. So I don't want to hurt the bill. If that helps the bill, I'm thinking with our colleagues, it kind of helped my mind a little bit. So, but I wanted to throw it out there and see if there's a second, if they wanted to discuss
Do I
it.
have a second on that? I seconded down there. I think it was Representative Storer. Discussion on that one. Committee? What are the thoughts on adding non-resident to, in front of line 9, to then read non-resident admission? Because that is the intent, is non-resident. Representative Warp.
Mr. Chairman, then would we also need to deal with sub A on lines 13 and 14 on page 2, where it says that they could have separate fees for residents and non-residents, or would we still want to leave that in? I think
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Fuller?
Yeah, if I may, I would suggest deleting subparagraph A in its entirety as part of that amendment.
I think that would be considered conforming, and thanks for clarifying.
It is conforming.
And
Thank
so
you.
thank you. Thank you. Dave Worf and Mr. Fuller, appreciate it. So committee, that includes then the removal of paragraph A if we do this. Any further discussion? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I think this is a good catch to charge the non-residents. Like I said, I go to museums no matter where I travel, and I always expect to pay a fee, because almost every place I go, there is a fee. It's just rare that you don't go to a place where they not have a fee. So I think it's only fair, and if people are like me and they really want to go visit a museum, in Montana or Colorado or whatever, they're going to go, and it doesn't matter if it's $15 or $10 or whatever. So I'm definitely in favor of this.
So committee, my only concern is grammatical. Does this in any way jeopardize our ability to charge fees for other museum activities? Because it is a modifier before you get to those other activities, not just admission. And my only trepidation here would be that, well, it's got to be non-resident, so that you can't charge any fees for a birthday party either, if it's an in-state party. Does that create any concerns, Ms. Sheen? What do you think on that?
Mr. Chairman, the way I had originally looked at this was, instead of putting non-resident admission in the first paragraph on line 9, was to leave A in, but say set non-resident admission fees and just period. And then so the first paragraph contains the ability for us to set fees for admission and programmatic things. And then A says we will set admission fees for non-residents. Not the only way to look at it, but that's.
Committee, I think we might want to consider that, because I'm just afraid that if we modify the language early in paragraph 4, it carries through all of what the intention is there.
Mr. Chairman?
So, Mr. Fuller?
Yeah, if that is your intent, the committee's intent, my suggestion would be sticking with Representative Harshman's amendment and just collect fees for, put a colon there, and then just make a drop-down list. Non-resident admission to the Wyoming State Museum. B would be participation in museum-related events. C would be other museum services.
Okay, so Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So curious if this would be a part of that adjustment with the B under there, specifying that max amount, if we're restructuring how that paragraph lines out from 8 to 11, if we just include language that, by rule may establish and collect fees based on industry, regional standards, whatever that language is, and then have those in terms of non-resident admission, museum-related events and services. So we then don't have to set a maximum cap for each of those things and giving them the discretion to understand what is best based on other standards.
Representative Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, I think, listen to the discussion, I think we can kind of start over with this amendment, so maybe I can withdraw and resubmit. And really,
Yeah, would you? That'd be great.
I'll withdraw and then
Is the
resubmit.
second okay with withdrawing? I think it was Representative Story. Are you okay with that? All right, good. We're back on level ground.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Harshman, let's try
We
this again.
delete the A and B that are currently there, and then we simply, by reading, starting on line 8, by rule, establish and collect fees, A, non-resident admission to the Wyoming State Museum. B, participation in museum-related events or for other museum services. C, or actually participate in museum events. C, other museum services. And then you can probably get rid of that whole last deal. We're not going to set separate fees. And B, we don't need to worry about the maximum. I think we can set that, you guys, and just leave that really clean and simple. And I think the important thing for me and maybe our colleagues is that it's not, our residents aren't going to be charged admission to see the Wyoming's history. And that, so the rest of that, hey, birthday parties, hey, you pay for it now, you got to pay for it. I think it's right on.
So
That's
Representative Harshman, thank you. That's somewhat conceptual, but it's in line with what Mr. Fuller recommended.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to everyone? I want to make sure the committee knows where we're going with this. Do I have a second on that? Somebody want to second that? Representative Storer is seconding that again. Well, it goes to the well again for you there, Representative Harshman. Okay, so does everybody understand the amendment? Okay, all in favor, go ahead, Senator Schuler.
Just wordsmithing, did you include 4 and then the colon? Or did you just have collect fees? I like the idea of leaving 4 in there, but,
by rule, establish and collect fees for,
okay, perfect. That's just a clarification.
A, non-resident admission. B, participation in museum-related events. C, for other museum services.
So, Mr. Fuller, are you comfortable with where the committee's going here? Because we don't want to go without you. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I really like where this is going. I'd like to remind the committee and those listening online that I've gone down this path with non-resident fees before as it relates to our Coldwater friends, and I've fallen flat on my face multiple times. And that was only $2, and I imagine that it may be higher. But the question I'm getting to, Mr. Co-Chairman, believe it or not, is does the staff have any, and maybe you mentioned this, I think we have heard this in testimony before, keep data of, because it's a fee-free museum at this time, do we have any rough data? Is it right in front of me and I didn't look at it, for that non-resident visitor coming to the museum? Just to kind of try to figure out where this may land?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Ms.
Representative, some of that information is on the back page of that handout. It's that kind of blue table. And Kevin and I talked about this yesterday, actually. About 60% of the visitors to the State Museum are out of state. And so that's where that figure of 150K to 200K was established. It was based on that non-resident visitor number that we have.
Thank you. No
Go
further
ahead,
questions.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
I'm good, thanks.
So, anything else on the amendment? All those in favor of the Harshman amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. That amendment has passed. We are back on the bill. Anything further on 120, working draft point 5? Anything further? Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're going to get tired of me. On page 3, do we need to decide between options 1 and 2? Which direction we go? Or is it, so on page 3, lines 2 through 14, we have option 1, they can specify it this way, or option 2, they can specify it this one. So it'd be including those under that paragraph. I didn't know if, as a committee, we need to pick one or the other, because I don't know as to how it makes sense having both of them in there.
Mr. Chairman.
So Representative Harshman, what,
Chairman, we deleted all that previous B, so those options are no longer needed. So the previous B is gone.
so I think the language just provides the discretion to the department, and but thank you for making sure that we had that covered, Representative Campbell. Other than that, anything else, committee? Go ahead, Representative.
Quick comment. What you said first, Joe, I just want to express my appreciation. The capital work is just mind-blowing. I mean, what you guys have done and you have been a part of, and I just make myself, every time I walk in the doors, go read something new. I mean, you could spend a day in that museum. I mean, it's really impressive. And I just think this is so important, you know, to know where we've come from. You know, it's so important. So keep up the good work. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks for that, Representative. Mr. Ramler has been really, really helpful, and obviously I mentioned Ms. Sheen as well. But boy, a tip of the hat to the Historical Society and Tom Ray and all of his crew, and just so many people have contributed. It's really, the frosting on the cake has made it a really nice cake, so back on the bill, I think we're going to take a roll call on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I'd like to
Go ahead, Director.
throw something out. Sarah didn't cover this yet, but one of the things we want to be able to do is allow, we have language within our state parks language that allows the director to waive fees or provide discounts. And the reason being is, yeah, we want to provide veterans a discount or a free entrance. If a family comes in, we want to be able to adjust, so we're not just charging a $10 or $15 fee. So Sarah, maybe you could talk about that a little bit more and throw that in.
So, Director, thank you for that reminder, and we'll have to make sure if this bill moves forward that we have it covered and that you have the ability to do that. I think that, I sense that the committee is very supportive of that. I don't think we kept you from those considerations with the language that we just adopted, did we? We okay?
No, sir. If you were doing a roll call vote, I just wanted to make sure that we threw out that suggestion for down the road.
Appreciate it, Director.
And
Go ahead,
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman, I
Sheen.
would just add, Kevin and I will work with LSO on drafting the changes to the language, and we'll make sure that that is accounted for, and that, at least that there's flexibility within the language to do that still.
Okay, hope that's understood, committee, and thank you, Director, appreciate it. Okay, let's go with the roll call, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 26 LS 120, State Museum Fees Authorization as amended. Senator Boner? Aye. Senator Hicks? Senator Jones? Senator Schuler? Representative Campbell?
Aye.
Representative Connolly? Representative Harshman? Representative Jarvis?
Excused.
Representative Provenza?
Aye.
Representative Storer?
Aye.
Representative Thayer? Representative Worf? Co-Chairman Byron?
Aye.
Chairman Landon?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 12 ayes, 1 no, 1 excused.
Committee, we did not determine on the fly, which of the chambers these bills would wind up in, but the co-chairman and I will go to work on that, so, and we'll let you know. Okay, let's keep going. The next item for our consideration on today's agenda is corner crossing. We have a consideration of a bill draft, 26 LSO 118, corner crossing clarification. And Mr. Fuller, would you walk us in and through that bill, please?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, and this is 4-01 in the online meeting materials. This is a bill draft that would clarify and provide that the act of corner crossing, the crossing from one government-owned parcel to another government-owned parcel, is not trespass under the criminal code or the game and fish trespass. So page 2, line 2.
Mr. Fuller, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but would you prefer to give us any overview comments that you might have before you walk us through the bill, or do you want to do the bill first?
Mr. Chairman, entirely your preference. Would you like me to start with maybe backing up and a little update, or?
You know, it might set the context for all of our visitors and for the committee if you wanted to offer just any overview that you would have and tell us where we are with this issue, and then we can walk into the bill.
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So as the committee may recall, at the last meeting, I provided a summary of an overview of the corner crossing, the court case that proceeded through the federal district court and to the United States Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit, where that court basically held, and this is a very rough summary, that the act of corner crossing would not be, basically that a federal law would preempt using state trespass law for those people engaging in corner crossing. The plaintiff in that corner crossing case, the landowner, filed a petition for a writ of certiorari to the United States Supreme Court on July 16th. The hunters, who were the defendants in the 10th Circuit case, the district court case, moved for an extension for time to file their response to that petition. That is due on September 17th, 2025. After that, the court would schedule consideration of that petition for one of its conferences, at which point it would be, the court would determine if they would accept that, grant that petition and hear that case on appeal from the 10th Circuit. I could not tell you, Mr. Chairman, when that may be. If there are any further extensions of time, that would push it back further, and then the court would take up that petition in due course.
So, Mr. Fuller, that is helpful for us to know where that case rests. And I guess I'm just curious if you have any sense of whether that case would be heard before our next meeting in November. And you may not.
So, Mr. Chairman,
know.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there may be a possibility that the petition could be granted by then. I'm not sure that would even be the case, but in terms of if the court, let's say the court were to grant the petition for writ of certiorari, it would almost, I suppose there could be an outside chance it's scheduled for one of the oral argument sessions. I mean, depending on the other workload of the court, maybe for March and April. I would expect that it's a fair possibility that would be the next term of the court, which would begin in October of 2026, that case would be set for.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Fuller before we move into a description of the bill? Okay. Representative Worf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question I have is, should this bill move forward and it pass, what would happen in the event that the case is overturned by the Supreme Court, but now we've got a statute that we've passed that's authorized corner crossing? Would it negate this, or would we have to go back and change our statute? Thank you.
It's a good question, Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think when it concerned, this is a bill draft that concerns state law. And so I think whatever the committee does with this bill draft, I think could fairly say would be independent of the court's decision in that case. That case concerned the interpretation of a federal law, the Unlawful Enclosures Act. And I would anticipate that any court holding would focus on that federal law and its interaction with state law. What the committee or the legislature does with this bill draft or this concept, I think would stand independently of any decision.
Yeah, thank you for that.
And Mr. Chairman, I would just add, that too would depend on, let's say the court were to grant the petition, what question the court wants to be presented from the sides to answer. That too may shape, the Supreme Court's consideration and decision in any case.
Okay, thank you. All of that said, Mr. Fuller, can you walk us through the bill? Thanks.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, I can. So page 2, line 2, this is in 63303 concerning criminal trespass. This would be a new a new subsection in that section of statute that just provides that a person does not commit criminal trespass if the person travels from one parcel of land owned by a local, state, or federal government, that the person is authorized to access to another parcel of land that is owned by a local, state, or federal government, that the person is authorized to access. And that crossing occurs at the corner where the two parcels meet and without causing damage to any privately owned land adjacent to those two parcels. Page 3, line 6 does the same thing for the game and fish trespass statute. And then this act would be effective immediately. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Fuller? Any questions? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and it's two questions. And so the first one has to deal with the wording in the bill of using the word authorized. And so the individual crossing the corner has to be authorized. And simple definition of Webster's of authorized means some body or some organization has to give you permissions. How does that work within who's going to authorize an individual to corner cross? Because it requires that authorization. And so is there some other reference, or how does that work, Brian? That's the first question, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, in terms of practically, there's one of two ways I think this could be fairly read. First would be a concept of, does there have to be affirmative authorization? The other would be reading it, if there is no prohibition on accessing those parcels, would the person, then be authorized to access that parcel? So, Mr. Chairman, that's...
In other words, authorized by law. Is that correct, Mr. Fuller, then?
Mr. Chairman, it could be read that way. Those words are not in, it doesn't say authorized by law. Those would be the two kind of thoughts with that. Does it require an affirmative authorization, or is it that the person isn't prohibited from accessing? Could be another way to consider that.
Follow up, Senator?
Mr. Chairman, I point that out because it becomes a legal argument.
Yeah.
As to who or what constitutes authorization. Who authorized you to do this, or what gives you the authorization? I'm just saying I can just see the attorneys having endless arguments. I'm just saying if we're gonna do this, we need to probably clarify that so that there's no ambiguity associated with that language.
Yeah, good point. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to give you some background, I think that there are people here that are more equipped to answer this question, but there was some concern about some state lands for different leasing. So if you have lands that you have to grow crop for your ag business, are we allowing people to hunt on that property? And do you have authorization for that? So there was some nuance in some of that language. I think there are people that can answer that better for us, but that was at least some of the conversation is we don't want to necessarily, we want to provide access to the land, but then when we talk about Title 23, what does that mean when we allow access for hunting to land that is permitted for grazing purposes?
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just trying to understand the differences between the bill that we have before us and the federal court case. Just so I understand, clearly the bill applies to all public property, whether it be local, state, or federal. Did the court case that we're basing this off of also apply to state and local land, or was it only federal land that came into question in the court case?
Mr. Fuller?
So, Mr. Chairman, I have to go back and take a quick look at the opinion. I'm not sure the opinion distinct between the public land.
Federal versus state.
But I mean, the Unlawful Enclosures Act concerns federal land.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Go ahead, follow up, Senator, go ahead.
Furthermore, maybe this is getting a little bit in the weeds, but these details are really important. It seems to me that look at the 10th Circuit's decision, it says it affirms that the hunters are not allowed to physically touch the landowner's land so they could, do the corner crossing so long as they didn't touch the landowner's land. This bill seems to say you just don't cause damage. So it seems like there's an important distinction there between the court case and what we have before us. I'm just wondering if there's any color there as to what constitutes damage. Is there, I mean, that seems like a rather ambiguous term that is different, once again, from the court case that we're using as a pretext for this legislation.
So, Mr. Fuller?
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, I'd leave it to the proponents to maybe discuss a bit more about the concept in general in terms of what is or isn't damage. I would read that you have to show damage that would probably mean some sort of physical damage to that land.
Okay, anything further, committee, for Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Hicks.
The second question I have, and it gets back to the basis of the lawsuit in the federal court, and that all resolved around what I would say a legally established corner versus a corner, and because this is going to create tremendous problems for law enforcement and prosecutors if we use ambiguous terminology called a corner versus a legally established corner. In other words, the federal court case resolved around the fact that there was an established by the USGS Geodetic Survey, a brass cap as they're commonly called, or a monument. So that is a legal corner established by the federal government. We had testimony at the last meeting to find that you can't use your cell phone or your Onyx map or any of these GPS. Literally, it takes very expensive to find those corners, and they usually pull off of those corners. And so what I'm worried about is setting people up for a trap. That if we just say corners and they say, well, I've got this right here that shows me the corners here, and in fact, I'm 30 feet off because it's not unusual to be plus or minus 30 feet, or if there's not a mark on that ground, it's almost impossible. So I would just say, if we're going to move this forward, we need to probably define what constitutes a legally established corner or just a corner, because I'm just going to see this is going to be open Pandora's box for sheriffs, the department, Game and Fish Department, and county prosecutors. So it's, again, devil's in the detail here.
Right. No, that's pretty good cautions, I think, Senator, and we'll have to take that up as we work this a little bit later, and that'll be up to the committee to launch into that. So anything further, though, for Mr. Fuller? And if not, I'd like to go to those who would consider themselves proponents of the bill. So let's go to testimony. Who in the room would like to testify in favor of this legislation? And come on up, you can be ready, both of you, and decide who would like to go first. And you know the drill. We want you to introduce yourselves. And I would ask you to pull the microphone very, very close, because we're booming out to the rest of the world today. So I want to make sure everyone can hear you, and welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sabrina King, and I am here today representing the Wyoming chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We did submit pre-written testimony, which hopefully folks have had the opportunity to look over. In general, our membership feels very passionately about public land access, and for us, at the end of the day, that is what this comes down to. However, to the point that was just made, a lot of the devil in this is going to be in the details. I think I'll start with general comments on the bill that's in front of us, but I will say I think our members have some questions about whether or not this is the correct vehicle for being able to address corner crossing as a whole, and I will get to that a little bit, and some of that gets Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks to some of your questions about official and marked versus unmarked corners and how we handle these things. So as it pertains to the working draft that is in front of the committee, we think that this is an improvement on the language that we've seen over the course of the past several legislative sessions. Some of our members are concerned that the lack of monuments on all of the corners over, across the state could be used as a way to prevent people from accessing their public lands. There is a legitimate question about how we handle that, but the language that is in this bill does require someone who is accessing public lands to cross at the corner. That language is vague, and I think that there is some intention there, frankly, in terms of saying, if it's not a marked corner, all we have is our Onyx map. All we have are those tools. The fact that that's all we have, because we don't have a monument, shouldn't be used to prevent us from accessing our public lands. And it is also the case that if that is what we have done our due diligence, we have done everything as we can as hunters to cross at that corner, we should not be prosecuted with criminal trespass. That is what is sort of set out in this legislation. One comment that we do have in terms of adding in damages to privately owned land to the criminal trespass statute, and I think this is where we also get to a little bit of an issue of trying to sort of crunch everything about corner crossing into Title VI and Title 23, is that we've now conflated property damage with trespass. So from our reading, basically, if you are traveling from one parcel of public land you can be onto another, and you cross at the corner, you're not guilty of trespass. If you don't cross at the corner, you can still be charged with criminal trespass, as you should. What this also adds in is that you can't cause property damage. We already have property damage statutes. So if you cause property damage, you should be charged with property damage. But what this sets up is both in Title VI for our sheriffs and Title 23 for game and fish, that if somehow there has been property damage, you're charged with criminal trespass, which fundamentally doesn't make any sense. So I think for us, when we're looking at how do we handle corner crossing as a whole, and I've spoken with many committee members about this, we would actually like to see legislation that addresses corner crossing more comprehensively, more appropriately, I think, in Title 36. There was a bill that was brought forward in 2011 by Senator Harshman that I think would even address some of the questions about what does it mean to have sort of authorized presence on public land. The 2011 bill uses different language. It references that a person's presence upon both parcels of public land is otherwise lawful. That may be more useful language than authorization to be on public land. I think if we were to take the approach of looking at a more comprehensive bill, starting in Title 36, what that might also allow us to do is address the question of how do you handle corner crossing when there is a marked corner with a monument on it versus how do you handle corner crossing when that work has not been done? Because, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the lack of existence of a monument cannot be used to prevent us from accessing our public land. And how do we handle that as a state? How do we protect private property rights while also saying we can access our public lands? That's just too much work to do inside the criminal trespass statutes. So I think our fundamental ask of the committee is this is an issue that needs to be addressed. As of right now, we are heading into hunting season. People are going to corner cross. It's going to happen. The Denton Circuit has said that that is legal, so we know that that is going to be something that is occurring. We're going to need a bill at some point, but I think we're not sure that what is in front of the committee right now is comprehensive enough and is addressing both our right to access our public lands and also the correct methods by which we go about doing that. So it may well be worth, and I think given some of the questions about the timing of the Supreme Court case, it may well be worth, I think, continuing this discussion today, but also potentially drafting some additional legislation to look at in November and making a decision at the next committee meeting about how do we want to move forward with legislation, what is the correct language that we want that protects both our right to access public land and the rights of private property owners. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for any questions, but I think we maybe have a little bit more work to do.
Thank you. As always, very well stated. I wondered how far off are some of these instruments that were referenced by Senator Hicks a few minutes ago? I'm not up to speed on that. In other words, obviously the best is to have the copper cap. But when we don't have that, how far off is my instrument going to be, for example? Do you have any idea on that?
Mr. Chairman, that is a great question, and I would love to get Onyx on the phone at some point for this meeting to ask them, like, how accurate is the technology? I will say on our land, it's right on the line. We also have really great service out there, and we're not that far sort of out in the boondocks, honestly. So I think, there's a little bit of it depends, but maybe we can get Onyx here next time, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay. So let's go Representative Campbell, and then down to Representative Ward.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This might be, just based on what you've said, thank you for being here, probably is a question for Mr. Fuller. Well, both of them are pretty much the same, but as I read this, and it's just clarity, I guess, based on your testimony, as I read this additional, what we'd be adding, it was that a person would not be committing criminal trespass, right? So you would not be committing criminal trespass if these two criteria are met. One of them being you're crossing corner to corner on public land and you don't do damage. So you have to meet both of those in order to not have the criminal trespass charge, if I'm reading it the right way.
Mr. Fuller, can you help with that one?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, that's right. The other thing I would add is the two parcels you have to have authorization to cross.
Okay, let's go to Representative Ward. You had your hand up a
Yes,
minute ago.
Mr. Chairman, and I was just trying to look to see if there's been any changes, but the last time I saw it, the greatest accuracy that could be obtained with GPS units was 3 meters. So it'll get you within 3 meters of the corner. And the problem I have with this is I concur with what Ms. King said. We don't have, every corner is not marked. And so if you think you're at the right corner, you're talking about a pinpoint. This is what legally we're arguing about, that pinpoint. If you're off by 3 meters, you may think you're crossing on the corner, but if you're off, you're off. And I don't think the technology's there. I don't think we have enough corners marked. I don't know if anybody in the room could tell us what percentage of these corners are all marked, because I would be willing to bet that there's more that aren't marked than that are. So, but 3 meters is the most accurate I've been able to find.
Okay,
Just to
appreciate
answer that question.
Representative Ward, that's helpful, thank you.
How many satellites you triangulate off?
So, thank you, Ms. King. Anything else for our backcountry anglers?
Those fences are
Okay,
usually
let's move on, thank you.
particularly on federal
Okay.
lands, because you don't have to get archaeological clearances and environmental.
Yeah,
There we go, Can you all hear me?
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Ryan Semerad. I'm the attorney representing the hunters. I've represented them at the criminal case, at the federal district court level, at the 10th Circuit level, and I will represent them at the Supreme Court. If you have questions about the case, I'd be very happy to answer them.
Ryan, can you give me your last name again?
Yeah, it's Semerad. Thank you.
So
Semerad. While I moonlight as a public lands attorney and appellate attorney, my day job is a criminal defense attorney. And I talk to our county attorneys, our deputy sheriffs, our game and fish wardens, and our police officers all the time. The incredible benefit of this bill is not necessarily in whether or not it answers every single question that you all may have. The benefit of this bill is that it takes this question outside of the criminal process. I don't think there is a person who believes that someone should be taken off the public lands in handcuffs because they stepped on the wrong blade of grass. I don't think our sheriff deputies want to do that. I don't think our game and fish wardens want to do that. I know, save for a couple, none of our county attorneys want to do that. This bill says, look, you have private property rights and people shouldn't be intruding on them. But this question should not be handled by our judges who are overtaxed and don't have time, our criminal process, which is overtaxed and don't have time, and that law enforcement might have better things to do than to take a side-by-side out into the field and try to glass out whether there's a monument marker at a particular corner and whether or not they can retrospectively figure out whether a boot print is on this side or that side of an imaginary line. That should not be a criminal matter at all. It should be a civil matter, as it is, as it's being litigated, and that's where the answer should be. This bill has flaws. There may be better ways to deal with the bigger question and the heated conversations about access to our public lands. Fine, have those conversations. But what this bill does, and the reason that this bill should be advanced, is it says to all of our law enforcement officers who have way more grave concerns on their day-to-day basis, they're answering serious calls. We have excellent law enforcement in this state. They don't want to be doing this. I know, for example, in Carbon County, in this case, the particular game and fish warden and the sheriff, deputy sheriffs, there were 4 deputy sheriffs that were involved in investigating this case. There was a game and fish warden who responded to 12 calls over 3 days and had to drive 45 minutes each way to address this. We then had a criminal jury trial that took 3 days. There were 4 defendants. We had to summon 70 some odd of our community members to attend jury selection. This was an incredible waste of time and resources. Because at the end of the day, is there a judge in this state who's going to put someone in jail for 6 months because they stepped on the wrong piece of property? If a child, your neighbor's child, hits a wiffle ball into your backyard and hops the fence to grab it and retrieve it and bring it back, are you going to call the police? No. You might talk to your neighbor and say, look, please stop. That's what you're going to do because that's what Wyoming people do. We don't go to the police over things like this. That's what this bill does. That's why it should advance. Now, as to these other questions, absolutely right. The corners are not monumented everywhere. The legal definition of a monumented corner is a monumented corner. However, USGS has monumented it. As to this case itself, the case itself about the Unlawful Enclosures Act and the actual facts of the case dealt with federal, state, and county lands because Section 36 in Carbon County in that particular township is actually a tripart section. The northern half of it is BLM. The southern half is divided in 25% quarters. It's state land and town of Hannah land. Whether the Unlawful Enclosures Act applies in every single state-to-state section, how it applies in other places, we can have those conversations that can be dealt with in the civil process. We don't need to have our law enforcement officers and prosecutors thinking about this because they have real things to do. That's what this bill does. That's why it's good. And that's why it should advance. I appreciate what BHA has to say, what Ms. King has to say. There is a bigger conversation about how we access our lands. But I think more fundamentally, there is a question of what should we be enlisting our law enforcement officers to be doing and how do we use their time and resources appropriately? And that fundamentally is why I think this bill is appropriate because it takes the conversation into the appropriate arena and outside of that arena where the stakes are much higher. Where if a landowner thinks corner crossing is a crime, that they might bring force to bear, that they might respond in a much more aggressive fashion than if they say, you know, this is a boundary line issue. We should call a surveyor. Maybe we should contact USGS and say, make sure you get those monument markers in the right place and so on. I think all of that is the reason why this bill ought to be advanced as it is conceptualized. Because as pointed out by Representative Campbell, exactly right, there are 2 conditions. You must cross the corner, you must not damage, because it's a criminal action. And if you go back to the original Title VI criminal trespass statute, it's not a crime to be on someone's property unless you do so with notice you're not supposed to be there or after being told to leave. This is a mens rea question. That's what we do, our bread and butter stuff as criminal defense attorneys and prosecutors. We don't criminalize every footfoul, and that's what this does. So I'm happy to answer many questions, and I'm sure you have many, and I have answers. But fundamentally, the reason that I am speaking today to support this bill is because it does the first correct thing that ought to have been done with this issue, which is to take it outside of the universe of the criminal prosecution system and tell law enforcement, you don't need to be spending your time litigating foot fouls and other small things like that. The property issues and who has rights and where their rights stop and start should be answered as it has always been answered in the civil process and what someone's meets and bounds are. That's what I have to say, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Semero, thank you very much. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, because you're talking about Title VI, which is crimes and offenses, but the bill's a little broader than that. And so if I go out and I shoot a deer out of season, is that a criminal offense?
It is.
And where would that be found?
Title
It's not-
23.
23. And so you keep reference, this only deals with Title VI. The bill deals with Title VI and Title 23. And so I'm confused based on your testimony as you're saying, well, let's get it out of the courts. But it also comes into Title 23 and establishes, based on game and fish statutory rules, regulations, and laws, it's criminal action. So we're not only modifying Title VI, we're modifying Title 23 with the bill. The exact same language. So I'm confused based on your testimony that this wouldn't go to court. You've delved into not crimes and offenses. We're now in game and fish violations.
Okay, Mr. Semero.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senator Hicks, I appreciate the question. I represent many clients who are charged and have their liberty at stake in Title 23 as well. It is the same process. You go to the same court. You have a jury trial right. It could be a misdemeanor level offense in circuit court, which is what hunting trespass typically is. It could be a felony offense if you bag the wrong animals or too many animals out of season or without a tag. It is, yes, it's Title 23. It's a criminal process just the same.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Any further questions? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, I know you probably can't read people's minds, but where do you suppose in the priority list that this might be with the Supreme Court?
Any thoughts about that case and as it moves forward?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you for the question, Senator Schuler. I can tell you that 3 amicus briefs were filed yesterday morning in the U.S. Supreme Court by organizations spanning across Montana, Wyoming, and California in support of granting the petition. Candidly, it is a unique issue. It's a unique opportunity. This issue has only been addressed as the application of Unlawful Enclosures Act in our checkerboard lands by the U.S. Supreme Court 4 times, 1890, 1897, 1922, and 1979. It is quite literally once in a generation type issue. It is quite possible that they take it. It takes 4 votes to grant certiorari. They will confer on either October 1st, or excuse me, it'll be distributed on September 17th or October 1st, and they will confer about it on October 10th or October 17th, unless they call for the views of the Solicitor General, which could delay things a few more months. We would expect if they grant certiorari, there'll be an argument between January, February, and March of 2026 with a decision coming out before June of 2026, unless they call for the views of the Solicitor General and we get kicked, as Mr. Fuller mentioned, to the following term. What I can say is we certainly don't think the Supreme Court needs to take this case at all. We think the 10th Circuit got it right, but we definitely understand that there may be reason to do so, and if they do so, that we hope, and I think Iron Bar Holdings LLC would say the same thing, because we are of one voice on this, that if they choose to take the case, that they clarify these things and give everybody information so that you all know what the lay of the land is, and so do sportsmen, hunters, outdoorsmen, and everybody else.
Could I have a follow-up?
Follow up, Senator, go ahead, and
Thank
then
you,
we'll
Mr.
go to
Chairman.
Representative Harshman.
Yeah, just, you mentioned that you think that we should advance this. Is the bill in its present form, do you feel like it's ready for prime time, that it would meet the standard of what you're looking at?
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the bill as written does, the audience I am looking at is deputy sheriffs, game and fish wardens, because they are the folks who are not going to read a 49, 59, 100-page decision with 2 dissents and a concurrence. They're going to look at this. And I think if they speak to hunters in the field and they say, we got a report, how'd you get here? And they say, well, we did a corner cross at this corner, this section to this section, and they look at, and I'll tell you, you can watch the body cam, they will pull out their statute book and they will look, and when they see this, they're gonna say, well, it says that's not the crime. They might write the report, send it to the county attorney, and as I have mentioned, and this is true anecdotally, I've spoken to many county attorneys are very interested in this issue, and they talk to me about it when I go for my DUI cases. And what they all say is, we got no interest in prosecuting this. So I think it does everything it needs to do, and if nothing else, it will encourage those law enforcement folks to not bring the handcuffs and firearms.
Thank you.
who did I say we were Harshman first, and then we'll come back to Senator Boner? Yeah.
Okay, just a
Representative, go ahead.
question, Mr. Chairman, on that, it's on line 9 of page 2, and it's the similar language, the definition, the new language on line 9 of page 2, at the last part, corner where the two parcels meet, and this is my question, without causing damage to privately owned property. And so would it be better to put in there without touching private property or any improvements, legal improvements, touching the fence, climbing the fence at the corner? I guess that's my question, because, could you drive your four-wheeler over that corner if you didn't cause any damage? I don't think you can. there's a case in the 70s, I think, of, I don't know, so that's my question, if that language needs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take it away. You bet.
Without touching.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get this question every time. And what I say is this, I'm certainly not going to say that I am any smarter or wiser than our Honorable Judge Scott Scavdall. He selected the word touching. Without touching would be that's what he put in his decision. I think that's absolutely what we're trying to describe. I think the purpose of using without causing damage, it's the other piece of his decision. He said both without touching and without causing damage. I can recognize that. I think some of the thrust of this language is that evidence question I just mentioned about how do we flag for law enforcement this is an issue. And if we get down to that level of touching as a criminal matter, then it does become litigating blades of grass as opposed to tire tracks. I certainly don't think, you drive an ATV over that corner, you're doing a good thing. So I defer to the committee and how they want to massage that. And as I say, I'm not going to say that I've got a better answer than Judge Scavdall.
Okay. Senator Boner, and then over to Senator Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got the 10th Circuit case up here. And going back to this idea of whether this federal court case applies to state and private land, to be clear, it looks like the barrier, if you will, was between sections 14 and 24, which was both federal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure that's absolutely clear. That's a question here. I don't think the court spent too much time talking about whether you can corner across, say, from a state parcel to a federal parcel, so on. So I'll just ask directly, does the Unlawful Enclosure Act apply to state or locally owned land?
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It certainly does if you read the trial court decision as well, which was affirmed by the 10th Circuit. So appellate courts review the question presented to them, not the whole case. So on summary judgment, Judge Scavdall analyzed more than just that first corner. There were, I think, 7 or 8 corners that he did look at. And in the corners I mentioned, that tripart section was in fact one of these corners that was dealt with, and he answered it the same way, which is that you still can cross in that way. The other thing that I would say is that our checkerboard lands, and in particular the path that these hunters took in the year 2021, you have to cross through some state lands to get to the next section of federally managed public land, BLM land. And I think you could apply these same principles in the same way, is that if the state, for example, were to say that this particular section was totally shut down from any travel, save for people who have federal grazing leases, they would be constructing the same obstruction that was found illegal by the 10th Circuit and its application of the Unlawful Enclosures Act, using state law to enclose the public lands in just the same way. So I certainly believe that that is how you read that law, and that's how it applies in function. That's how it's been applied by Judge Scavdall, and that was what was upheld by the 10th Circuit. But you do have to read on to the trial court decision to get that.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I want to take off where Representative Hart left off on on land. The operable word here is land, not infrastructure. But if I cross 2 parcels from public to public, I'm just trying to, based on what you've testified, that the courts here in Wyoming use the without the dam. How do you damage something that you never touched?
You don't.
Well, thank you, because that's kind of where I came at, because it's specific to land, and if I never ever touch that in any form or fashion, I just don't understand why we even need that language in there. And so based on your previous testimony, would you agree that that probably should be stricken? That this bill isn't necessarily perfect the way it sits right now?
Go ahead.
Thank you, I'm sorry. I think that there are many landowners who would have an issue with that language being struck. I think it is an assurance to them that there are two requirements, as Representative Campbell said, which is not only that you do this appropriately, but respectfully. Something that I preach all the time on this issue, because I get asked a lot, is that this is not a trampling or overriding of private landowners' rights or property. That this is the idea behind this kind of access and restricting landowners and law enforcement from preventing access in this way, which is really what this is about, is you must be responsible and respect those lands. Personally, if you do a corner cross, but you're gonna throw trash down as you go on the way, I know that's contact. Maybe it's very light, it's a Snickers bar wrapper, it's very light, it's not gonna damage anything. It's disrespectful, and it's totally intolerable. So I believe that that language ought to be in there, because that is actually something that is important, is that we should not be, when you're doing this, it's not carte blanche, go run free and drive your ATVs and cause damage. No, respect the land. That's the whole point. We're supposed to share it and cooperate, and I think that needs to be in there for that reason. It's also from the trial court decision as well.
Okay, anything else for one of our fine attorneys? Nicely done, appreciate that. Let's move on to further testimony. We are taking up corner crossings, and
I'm Ryan Perry, and I can answer the question about the markers and the surveys. They don't do any more surveys or markers with the USGS since 1992, I think. Now it's all done by satellites. So I'm sure even if they don't have a marker placed somewhere, the satellite has it down to whatever they can measure it down to. So I'm sure if you get any BLM map or a government map, it's gonna give you the exact coordinates of each corner, even if it doesn't have a USGS marker. Okay.
it's good to see you, Mr. Perry, by the way.
You too,
Yeah,
Chairman
long time.
Landon, how are you?
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Okay. Chairman and committee members, our federal lands belong to all of us. They are America's inheritance, forests, plains, and mountains that generations have worked to protect. They're not meant just for just the few, they're meant for everyone. But right now, much of that land is locked away in states like ours. Millions of acres of federal land sit inaccessible, not because they're private, but because the only way to reach them is through checkerboarded corners or roads that pass briefly through private property. Here's the truth. When access is blocked, ownership becomes meaningless. What good is paint a shared corner without stepping onto private ground and not hurting private land? In road easements, when a road leaves a public roadway and passes through private property only to reach another piece of public land, Americans should have the right to travel to it, so long as they don't stop, don't get out, and don't use the private land itself. That would still be trespassing, and we respect that boundary. And let's be honest, a lot of the landowners who block access to these public areas don't even live here. They live out of state. They fly in for a week. This is not about taking anything away from private landers. It's about balance. Landowners would still have full control over their property, but the American people would finally have fair access to the land that they already own and pay for. The benefits go far beyond fairness. When hunters and anglers and hikers gain access, our small towns benefit. They buy gas, stay in motels, eat in local cafes, purchase supplies. Recreation brings life and money into rural communities. There's also the conservation piece. When the public can access their land, they become stewards of it. They report abuse, protect wildlife, and keep eye on the land's health. Locked up land can't be cared for by the people it belongs to. So here's the bottom line. Public land without access isn't truly public. Corner crossing and easements are a respectful, reasonable way to open the gates of opportunity while still honoring private property rights. This is about fairness, this is about freedom, and this is about ensuring that America's great outdoors stay open to all Americans, not just a few absentee landowners. Thank you.
Mr. Perry, thank you. Stay put. There might be a question for you. And by the way, this gentleman in front of me is part of the state championship Kelly Walsh swim team, which my son was also a member of that team. And that's right. That's exactly right. The first one, and it was a juggernaut team led by this guy and some others. So anyway, question, Representative Provenza.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Berry, I just want to say thank you for coming and testifying today on behalf of our public lands.
Yeah.
Great, you did great.
Well, you weren't nervous when you led that team, so it's good to see you. Mr. Perry, thank you. Further testimony, please come forward. Yeah, we're going to try to get through testimony here for a minute, and then the committee's going to need to take a lunch break, and we'll come back to the bill after that, but let's get through testimony. Good afternoon.
I apologize for my grungy Slaviness here.
You don't have to apologize.
My
Thanks
name's
for being
Michael
here.
Reed. I've grown up in Wyoming. My family's been in Wyoming for 5 generations. I own private property. Most of the bridle trail sits on my property. So I deal a lot with easements and people walking and trespassing. But I'm also a hiker, a fisherman, and a hunter. And when I spend a great deal of time before those seasons trying to find the best and way to go somewhere, the most legal without causing anybody harm, and I do that, and some of that would be corner crossing. The idea that I would be attacked or confronted by the private property owners on either side of that, or by law enforcement. I go hiking and I go fishing, I go hunting to get away, to relax, to not be confrontational. I don't want to be out there being in a confrontation. I just don't. So this bill moving forward, whatever we call it, moving forward just makes it so I don't feel stressed if I want to go and try to be there. And I don't know if, I've gone on long hikes with friends, and when you cross from one corner to another corner of this and you have to walk that entire distance, I always say on the bridle trail, if you can't carry a 6-pack of beer somewhere, you're not going to cause damage to wherever you walk to. So anybody walking that great distance isn't there to cause damage to private property. So that's all I have to say.
Appreciate that. Can you tell me your name again, please?
Michael Reed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Further testimony, please come forward. Let's roll through, and we appreciate everyone being here. We know who this guy is, but we'll ask that you state it for the record.
Mr. Chairman, Committee, Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation.
Good to see you, Brett.
Thank you, sir. Not supporting this bill. I do have to say I'm a little disappointed to hear that some law enforcement don't think that enforcing private property rights is important. I don't know if I misheard that, or if it was insinuated that it's not the highest priority. I guess I'm a little disappointed to hear that. One of the problems with this bill is that, it has damage. If you damage, one person stepping on it is going to probably, in all likelihood, cause damage. Is it probably be minimal? but that escalates. So somebody else sees somebody go across it. We see this on private land. Well, you shouldn't be driving there, but somebody does. Well, somebody else did, so I do it. But you get one person to go through, the damage is minimal. You get 100 people to go through, the damage escalates. Well, then whose fault is it? Is it the 100th person, the 1000th person, or is it the first person? So every time that goes through, it's going to escalate. The current law says you can't touch it. That's pretty clear. You can't touch private property. That's, to me, is pretty clear. I know the corners get nebulous, but there's tools out there. If they're not accurate, that's not the landowner's fault. And I do want to point out a difference in these two statutes. On the criminal trespass, it's up to the landowner to provide notice, either verbally or through signage, some type of notice. Under the game and fish statutes, anybody that's hunting, fishing, or collecting antlers, it's their responsibility to know where they're at. That's important. And I like how that is. That puts the burden on the people hunting, fishing, and collecting antlers. They need to know where they're at. That's an important thing that we need to keep. One of the, if this, I would prefer that this bill does not go forward. But one thing that's not addressed by this bill, and it hasn't been addressed by the legislature to my knowledge, is that we need to deal with airspace. That's part of the concept of this. I believe it was mentioned in one of the opinions. We haven't addressed that. We need to address that, not only for hunting, fishing, but for drones, other things. When you hear about in fires that people have violated the airspace with their drones and then airplanes can't fly. So sitting in opposition to this bill, I think it needs, you can't touch private property without permission. That's the way it should be. And if this topic needs further work, I would sure hope that some of the landowner groups, such as the one I work for, Farm Bureau, would be at the table too, rather than coming in when it's at this point and we sit here and have a debate. With that, Mr. Chairman, on and against the bill, I would take questions that you or the committee may have for me.
Okay, Mr. Moldine, thank you. Questions? Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I guess my question would be, if we look at this bill as the intent to shift from this being a criminal offense to civil, so it's just removing that. So it's not a criminal. Doesn't mean we still can't, prosecute on the civil side of things, but removing that criminal trespass. And then being able to work through all of the other issues. So if this truly is just the intent of shifting from criminal, getting it out of the criminal trespass realm, how does that?
Chairman, Representative, I don't view that this bill, this draft takes it out of the criminal. I think it should still be in the criminal. It should stay in the criminal and in the game and fish statutes. To remove it out of there would not be a good idea.
Okay. Anything further for the Farm Bureau? Okay, Brad,
Chairman,
thank you very much. Good to see you. Let's, is there anyone else in the room that wants to testify on this bill? Anyone else? Okay, let's go online. I know that we have at least one. I assume it's Mr. Magagna? Yeah, had a hunch that we'd get the opportunity. Hello, Mr. Magagna, it's good to see you. Take it away.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. First, my apology for not being there in person. That was certainly is my preference, but just wasn't able to accomplish that today. But appreciate this opportunity to visit with you briefly. As I look at this bill, I think that we're in a position today that it's premature to pass really any type of legislation addressing corner crossing. You've discussed the case, the petition before the U.S. Supreme Court. For the committee's information, we filed an extensive brief along with the Wyoming wool growers and the Montana stock growers last week, urging the court to take up the case. But whatever the answer to that is, if they take up the case, then they could either uphold the 10th Circuit decision that accepted that crossing, or they could rule otherwise, or if they deny the case, that decision holds. I believe it's critical that we in Wyoming and the Wyoming legislature in particular understand the outcome of that before we move forward with any legislation of any type. If the Unlawful Enclosures Act's applicability here is upheld by the court, then clearly anything we do in Wyoming must be in compliance with complying with that law and granting the access that that law authorizes. If it's not upheld or it's not deemed applicable to these circumstances, then we're dealing with a very different situation here. And certainly for us at Wyoming Stock Growers, we have throughout the history of our state relied on the Wyoming legislature to be a primary protector of private property rights. And I think as you look at this issue, that needs to guide your decision making. It needs to be done in compliance with the federal law if that law is determined to be applicable. But we just feel it's premature to do anything at this point in time and would ask that you not move forward with any legislation. A couple of other things specific to this bill. If and when it becomes necessary to pass legislation in Wyoming to conform with the Unlawful Enclosures Act, there are several things that come to mind. This bill proposes to include state trust lands. In what way? As I read the bill, it is granting access to state trust lands. That is a privilege, not a right, but a privilege. It was given by the Borderland Commissioners to the general public in, I believe it was late 1980s, early 90s, that if there was legal access to the lands, that the public could utilize those lands. And I think for that reason, it needs to be dealt with very distinctly. And if in any manner in separate legislation, shouldn't be confused with the public lands that the public has a right to access. But the other way that state lands could enter in, if the Unlawful Enclosures Act is upheld, then I would say the argument could be made that the state can't restrict access across the state lands, or corner crossing access at least, in order to access public lands. And that's a very different role for state lands than if you're granting access to state lands. So I think that's very confusing in this bill at this point in time. I would confer with the comments of Mr. Moline, and certainly the damage issue. Is it physical damage? If I can demonstrate, as the plaintiff in this particular case has attempted to do, that the value of his land holdings is diminished if corner crossing is granted, is that damage that would be covered by this act? I'm not saying it should be, but I think those are considerations that need to be brought into play before anything moves forward. And finally, the other thing, it's one thing when we talk about the railroad lands and the entire sections of land that are the checkerboard, as we commonly refer to it, in parts of Wyoming, particularly in northeastern Wyoming, we have very small parcels of public lands, BLM managed lands, that are totally surrounded by acres and acres of private land. If there's a place where access could be garnered through a corner crossing, is that being included? And if so, are the conditions on access there perhaps need to be different than the conditions on access to an entire section of land as occurs in the railroad checkerboard? It's just that once we know where we finally stand with the federal applicability, then I think we can sit down working together and define what needs to be in Wyoming statutes to assure compliance with the law, to foster public access to public lands, and most importantly, to protect private property rights. But until we have that decision, our position is that it's totally premature to move forward with legislation at this point in time. And we would urge the committee not to move forward with this bill as it's been presented today. with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Magagna. It's always good to see you and appreciate your words. Anything for the stock growers? Okay, let's come back into the room, and it looks like we've got somebody else in the room that wants to testify. So let's go quickly to that. Thank you again, Mr. Magagna.
Thank you, Mr.
Good
Chairman.
afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to jump in on the tail end of things. I just wanted to
Can you
state.
get real close to the
Yeah, sorry.
microphone and introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is
for us?
Chris Mosier. I'm a resident here of Casper. I just wanted to bring up, with all due respect to Mr. Magagna, we're not talking about private lands. We are talking about public lands that, and I get his point that it's important that the legislature support private property rights, and I 100% support that. But I will just keep this very short. We're not talking about private lands. We're talking about public lands that the public should legally, and does now legally, have the right to access. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Any questions? Okay, appreciate that. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. Okay, we're gonna close. Go ahead, Representative Provenza.
I just have a question before we close public comment for Mr. Semerad, or maybe LSO.
Ryan, could you come forward, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's, part of the conversation has been the USGS marker. And according to the 10th Circuit, if we require USGS marker that there aren't many of, or not enough of, they're not at every corner, are we unduly restricting public access to their public lands? If that is the only mechanism in which they can then access their public land?
Mr. Semeru, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question, Representative Provenza. I really just view this whole question and issue, it's a perspective problem. Is what this bill does is it says what is a crime and what's not a crime, and it says that this is not a crime. And adding in some element that says, well, it's only not a crime if the USGS did its job and installed a brass cap in the 70s or early 90s, and if they didn't, well then too bad, it is a crime. Again, I think that's just litigating these blades of grass that I don't think that that's what law enforcement ought to be doing and should be doing. But I think that if that were the case and a landowner, say, could just go rip out a brass cap and then they could eliminate access, that'd be a problem. That would be a violation of the Unlawful Enclosures Act, and it would violate the decision the 10th Circuit issued. All the corners are monumented in some form or fashion. It's just whether the monuments exist to this day. Some of them were, the surveyors used dinosaur bones. We've had an expert, Bill Farringer, who testified about this. They used wooden posts they found, rocks that they carved marks into, and then eventually it was uniform, or they created a uniform system with the brass cap system. And not all of those corners have been re-monumented. That being said, when they surveyed these lands and created these sections that later became the giveaway to the railroads that were then descended down to the landowners through purchase and sale, all of those sections they exist as sections because they were surveyed, were monumented. So legally speaking, all the corners are monumented. It's whether you can find indicia, the evidence, the physical object or device that was used to monument it. And if it was removed, I think that'd be a huge problem. But I don't think that what this bill says is that if the USGS failed to do something or the monument marker is unobservable or however it is, now it's a crime. I think what it does is it reorients the question to, as one of the other witnesses said, the intent. I want to use my public lands. If I'm doing that in the most minimally intrusive way possible, I'm corner crossing and I'm endeavoring to find it in the most accurate way possible, whatever that corner is, whether it's literally looking at the monument marker and getting your compass out and doing it the gold standard way. If you're not leaving no trace, damaging no property, doing it the right way, then it shouldn't be a crime.
Thank you, Mr. Simmer. Appreciate it. Okay, we got more questions. Let's go to Representative Harshman and then Senator Hicks.
Thank you. And I want to say it, your name, it's Semerad.
That's right.
I want to make sure I say that right. Mr. Semerad, back to that question, and I kind of written this down, the way the bill reads now, without causing damage to any privately owned land. And I asked you, I just want to, I don't think it's problematic if we can amend without touching and/or causing damage. Okay, I see your head nod on that. And then I want to ask this question quickly, the legal beagle piece about the airspace. You know, that is a bundle of one of the sticks, but also, you know, state of Wyoming owns or controls as well. And of course, what's your thoughts on that, the airspace part in this decision?
Mr. Chairman, if I may answer, this is we're now talking centuries of theory. This goes back to Justinian in the 12th century and 11th century, this idea heaven to hell, the ad column doctrine. They didn't have airplanes for a while. So they didn't really have this problem quite literally. There certainly weren't drones. It was a concept. It was just, up into, the sun, which revolves around the earth. And that was what they thought. And the quite literally, though, in practice, we do have these issues in the Cosby decision, which actually, and we get lots of comments online, it's like, well, that means airplanes are trespassing. No, Cosby said no, but it was the judiciary, the U.S. Supreme Court, saying practically, when we talk about airspace, saying one could have exclusive rights to the air in a windy place like Casper is just the same as saying I have total exclusive rights to that wave right there. It's a fluid thing. It's not quite the same. It's how you use it. And that's what, there's a case called Hinman from the Ninth Circuit in 1936 that answered this question quite eloquently and said that the use of something that is a potentiality like water or air, it's how you use it. And is that how you're using it? Can you interfere with it? We have a statute that deals with airspace and says it's vested in the several owners of the surface below. That's exactly how it's worded, several owners of the surface below. You probably have it pulled up. And the way that that is often applied is this practical question, not to mention the fact that our Supreme Court of Wyoming in the Cheyenne Airport case versus Rogers and a few other decisions has acknowledged that when we're talking about actionable trespass and it is truly a non-contact airspace type occupation, we do need to have either interference with the use of the surface below, the use of the airspace, or actual measurable physical harm and damage. Otherwise, how are you supposed to litigate it? You're punching at shadows, tilting at windmills, whatever it is you want to use. So my answer to this is that the airspace question is a misnomer. It is a rigorous and strict reading of trespass in a way that does accomplish the enclosure of public lands and then restricts access. That's the only reason that that gets prosecuted that way.
Okay. Thank you for that. Senator Hicks, we'll go to you, and then I'm inclined to take a lunch break, committee, and we'll come back to this bill, but go ahead, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Simrat, I want to explore your last comments about the legal standard that you proposed as this intent. And so my intent is to get from this public parcel to that. And as long as I can demonstrate what my intent was, there's no damage, there's no criminal penalty, there's no civil penalty. So you've said the bar is intent. But you also reference it shouldn't have to be the gold standard, which is a USGS monumented brass cap, whatever terminology you want to use. And so I think that'd be, if I was a legal professional, I would love the intent standard, because what I'm trying to figure out, so if I intend to get from public land to public land and I cut across and it's 100 yards from the monument, is that the standard, just the intent? Is it 50 feet? Is it 10 feet? Is it 10 inches? So the intent thing just throws this thing wide open, because there's absolutely no standard, in my opinion, but I'd be curious, the specific question, so what is the limit of intent? Let's put it in legal language. What's reasonable from a standpoint of being able to demonstrate intent if you were a county prosecutor? So what's the benchmark? What's the measure for intent?
So how far could you be from the corner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question, Senator Hicks. Intent is important. It's not the standard. If you walked 10 inches onto someone's private property, it's a trespass. And that's just black letter law. The concept here that we're trying to articulate is what to do in the absence of the monument marker. If you're just out in wide open prairie and, you're using your Onyx and you're within 2 feet, 5 feet, 20 feet, you're trying to get to the corner. And what my admonishment is this is the structural benefit of this bill. Because the bill's directed to those law enforcement officers in the field who have to figure out what to do about it. And they go and investigate and they talk to these hunters and they say, this is everything that I did, this is exactly where I went, this is how I went. Now, theoretically, with no monument marker, nobody knows where the lines are, right? Because there's no monument marker. It's not like we have, it's not like Sunday night football and they got the yellow lines and we can, go to the tape and we can see that the edge of the ball just went over the line. And I think if we're going to present someone with an impossible problem, whether it's the land user or law enforcement, and this bill goes to law enforcement, although land users must comply with it, of course, it's the law enforcement officer who has to investigate and make a decision. My advice to them, if I were the county attorney, is look, if it is that questionable, if it is that challenging, if it is not 100 feet onto Mr. Magagna's backyard, if it's not ATV tracks running right down, my ranch lands, whatever that is, if it's not that obvious, can you prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? Because that's what a criminal statute is. And once you say, well, it's close enough for horseshoes and hand grenades, let's just charge them, that imposes immense costs on the person, the land user, which now says, well, I don't want to go hunt in Wyoming. I don't want to recreate in Wyoming. I want to bring my family here because they're going to cite me for this. And it imposes incredible costs on law enforcement, the judiciary, and the prosecutors, because we've now made this decision. It can't just be undone unless the county attorney dismisses it at the first instance, which even then, that takes time processing. When you file something, it has to go to the court. The clerk has to stamp it. It has to be reviewed by the judge. My point is, this is just not where this should be litigated. If someone does what you're saying, 10 inches, 10 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet, 10 feet, come on, you should be cited. But if we're talking blades of grass, 10 inches, 2 inches, we're clearly not dealing with someone who is a flagrant criminal who's trying to damage your property. Obviously, there's no evidence of damage under the statute. I don't think they should be prosecuted. I don't think we should even have that option.
Okay.
Thank you for the answer. That's not an answer.
No.
I get that a lot.
Committee, we're going to take a break. We're going to take an hour lunch and come back to this bill. So let's be thinking about what we might want to do with this bill. So we'll be back in an hour.